never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. The United States has confirmed that North Korean troops are now stationed in Russia. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin told reporters in Rome there is evidence of soldiers in the region. Ukraine's military intelligence earlier said troops were expected to arrive in Russia to join Moscow's fight against Ukraine. FSN's Megumi Lim reports from Kiev.
Earlier this month, Ukraine's military intelligence chief Kirilo Budanov said as many as 2,600 North Korean soldiers would be deployed to the Kursk region. On Tuesday, he said troops were expected to arrive on October 23rd. He did not give an update on the number of soldiers. Budanov has warned that around 10,000 North Korean soldiers will likely join Russia's army in the coming months. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has urged allies to put pressure on North Korea, saying that Ukraine's partners should not shy away from this challenge. Military experts have voiced concerns about this development, as it would be the first time since the Korean War 70 years ago that the North Korean army would be involved in military action. Megumi Lim in Kyiv.
At least one person has died and dozens more have experienced food poisoning amid an E. coli outbreak at multiple McDonald's restaurants. Federal health officials say the bacteria has been linked to the chain's Quarter Pounder. Ever since Tony Waterman has more.
It's believed that slivered onions may be the source of the E. coli outbreak, but the Quarter Pounder's beef patty is also being looked at. The burger has been pulled off the menu in affected states. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention say at least 49 people across 10 states have become sick, a number of them hospitalized, including a child that has developed severe kidney disease. McDonald's president told NBC's Today Show on Wednesday that the chain is working with health officials and that it wants to restore confidence in its operations. Tony Waterman, Texas.
The United Nations has been forced to pause its polio vaccination drive in the north of Gaza. More than 100,000 children were to receive the second dose of the vaccine, but due to escalating violence, this is now not possible. Ever since Jody Jacobs has more from the UN headquarters in New York.
The World Health Organization says it is imperative to stop the polio outbreak in Gaza as soon as possible. before more children are paralyzed and the polio virus spreads further. But due to intense bombardment, mass displacement orders and the lack of assured humanitarian pauses across most of northern Gaza, the UN and its partners on Wednesday suspended its operations. The WHO says the current conditions are so bad, making it impossible for families to safely bring their children for vaccination and for healthcare workers to operate. This was supposed to be the final phase of the vaccine drive, with the first round earlier this year having gone smoothly.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking in more detail today at the state of the race for the White House. As you know, it is deadlocked, though a new Reuters poll indicated Vice President Kamala Harris has a 3-point edge over Donald Trump nationally. In the battleground states, though, most observers believe the election is entirely up for grabs, 2 weeks out. And what everyone can agree on is that this year's American election is remarkably heavy on sizzle and light on substance. Political commentator Chris Cillizza.
The truth of the matter is this is a policy-poor campaign. People talk about immigration, including the candidates. Yes, people talk about the economy and inflation. And yes, they talk about abortion. But the truth of the matter is this is a personality contest. And really, it's about a group of Republican voters who do not personally like Donald Trump, but prefer his policies to the Democratic alternative. And the question is, do they vote for someone they really do not like personally because they like his policies? Or are they willing to cross over and vote for a Democrat in the form of Kamala Harris? That to me is, who's undecided and how this election gets decided.
And that is precisely why Trump and Harris are placing all their attention on the battleground states. Former Congresswoman Liz Cheney, one prominent Republican campaigning for Kamala Harris, is predicting that millions of Republicans will follow her example. But it's far from clear how many votes she actually moves when she flanks the vice president on the campaign trail. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And the main news again, the United States has confirmed that North Korean troops are now stationed in Russia to help Moscow's fight against Ukraine. At least one person has died and dozens more have experienced food poisoning amid an E. coli outbreak at multiple McDonald's restaurants. And the United Nations has been forced to pause its polio vaccination drive in the north of Gaza. There's more from us on X at Feature Story. That's Feature Story News. Nick Harper reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old world.
Well, I do believe that is my cue. Time to go to work. So here we are. Hi there. Welcome, welcome. Everybody gather around. We're kicking off a brand new day. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. as always, from our secret hidden bunker, Southwest Ohio. As we're going to roll into the 24th day of October. Time zone to time zone. Welcome into a Thursday. Yeah, Friday Eve already. Another weekend on the horizon. So trust your week's going well. Hang it in there. Alrighty, lots to cover as we get things underway on a new day here. Overall, the weather map is, again, fairly quiet tonight. A little more action than we were seeing 24 hours ago. There's some lighter rain with a frontal system stretching through the northeast. There's some lighter showers stretching from the New England area, from western Maine down through Vermont, New Hampshire. Light rain extends on down into the eastern portions of Pennsylvania, southeastern New York. Maybe a sprinkle down toward the West Virginia, Pennsylvania line, but again, most of this very light. We do see our next storm system beginning to impact areas out west. In the Pacific Northwest, some rain in portions of Montana. Higher elevation snowfall will be in the mix in the coming days. For portions of Idaho, Montana. Let's start things off with, of course, a look at our travelers' weather. Here we go. A storm rolling across the plains this week. We'll be ushering in a burst of much-needed rainfall to parts of the Midwest and maybe the Ohio Valley from now to Friday. This push of moisture will be beneficial for areas experiencing moderate to severe drought. We could actually look at maybe some locally severe thunderstorms in the mix. As of late this past evening, the zone of high pressure, responsible for mainly dry weather and daytime highs in the 60s and 70s, begins to exit the Ohio Valley. As that storm moves across the region on Thursday, the calm and warm regime will be temporarily replaced with showers and some blustery thunderstorms. Those storms begin to expand across the Dakotas, Minneapolis, Iowa, parts of Missouri on Thursday, impacting cities like Aberdeen and Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Minneapolis, by Thursday afternoon and evening, the risk of downpours, maybe some hail, and locally gusty winds will heighten across a corridor from northeastern Kansas into central Iowa. Kansas City and Des Moines, Cedar Falls, Iowa, will face some risk of disruption from strong to severe thunderstorms. Through Thursday night, the storm chugs on to the east into the heart of the Great Lakes, spreading additional rain and showers to places like Green Bay, Wisconsin, Chicago, Grand Rapids, Michigan. Now, rainfall totals, they're not going to be excessive. They're not going to exceed an inch in most places, outside where thunderstorms may set up to bring some repeated downpours this afternoon and evening. Any rain that does soak the dry soil across Missouri, Iowa, Minnesota, the Great Lakes will actually be welcomed rain. Now, places like Des Moines have only collected like 0.3 of an inch of rain so far here in the month of October. Kansas City and the Twin Cities have only seen a trace of rain here in the month. As the week continues, the storm will continue shifting eastward. It'll bring some additional showers to the Great Lakes, parts of the Ohio Valley on Friday. By Friday night, much of the moisture fueling the rain will begin to taper off, leaving many areas in the Northeast on the dry side, once again, where they really could use some rain. Forecasters say high pressure will return to the Midwest late Friday into Saturday on the rear flank of this late week storm. That's bringing the return of mainly dry weather for the upcoming weekend. Meanwhile, I mentioned areas out west, a storm advancing eastward across the open waters of the Pacific this week begins to move into the northwestern U.S. and British Columbia, Canada, as we head into the start of the weekend. This system will bring rounds of rain, showers, gusty winds, disruptions to travelers stretching from western Washington, western Oregon, starting Friday evening. Winds along the shorelines and even over the open ocean projected to peak on Friday as that initial front moves in. Gusts at the beaches may range up to 35, 45 miles per hour for a time. Offshore winds may be 50 to 60. Yeah, so in other words, less experienced mariners and those operating smaller vessels are recommended to stay in port. Avoid those hazardous conditions that this storm's going to bring on Friday. As waves of moisture shift into the Pacific Northwest over the weekend, rainfall totals 1 to as much as 3 inches across portions of western Washington and Oregon. Locally, higher amounts can occur across the upslope regions of the Coastal Range and the Cascade Mountains. Heaviest rain likely to occur on Sunday across coastal Oregon, when rainfall rates could be a half to 3/4 of an inch per hour. Big time soaker. So the wet weekend ahead could lead to some localized flooding in low-lying and poor drainage areas. So far, locations in northwestern Washington like Olympia and Seattle have only seen about 35% of their typical monthly rain for October. So this will bring a boost of moisture before we close out the month here in short order. Through Sunday, most of the snowflakes will be isolated to the higher terrain across British Columbia and far the northern Washington Cascades. Now, snow levels are going to drop to some of the pass levels early next week. Cooler air spills in from Canada Sunday into Monday. So, yes, snow levels will lower across Washington, Oregon, the surrounding states. Could leave some slick spots on the roadways, especially secondary roads that are less heavily traveled. Colder air filters into the Pacific Northwest Sunday night into Monday. That means snow levels to some of their lowest levels of the season so far. In the Washington Cascades, snow levels may drop to 3,500 feet this time, and that'll bring some snow to some of the higher passes like Stevens Pass in Washington State. Along I-90, it'll likely be a chilly rain around Snoqualmie Pass Sunday night into Monday. Monday night into Tuesday, snow levels could even lower more to about 3,000 feet, bringing some wet snow or a mix of rain and wet snow even lower. Some of the passes like Snoqualmie by that point in time. Those cooler conditions then continue to expand across the Northwest and the interior West into early next week. Yeah, some locations across the lower elevations, it may be noticeably cooler, but not quite chilly enough for a mix of wet snow. But even without snow, travel could be slower on I-90 Sunday into Monday and Tuesday. Wet roads, reduced visibility with some of those rain showers in cases. Well, hello to Jeffrey out of the box via Facebook, joining us from Florida. Good morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Pappy says, saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour. You know what that means. Steve, somewhere hidden in the Hotshot secret bunker, throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. The stick shit eliminator power mic is on. 52 degrees out on the streets of Hamilton County. Another beautiful day closes out in southwest Ohio. Where, oh, where is the two-time world champion manure hauler? Where, oh, where could he be? 844-844-3388 is the number to call if he wants to tell us nocturnal listeners of his whereabouts. Hope all is well at the Marina del Rey. Until we hear from the Carolina Monkey Gouger, you can snuggle up to whomever, whatever. Heat up that cup of joe. Turn up the volume, of course, on your favorite listening device as the Overnight Drive frequency waves massage and relax your cerebellum. Thank you, Dr. Pappy. All the way down to the tippy toes. Are you with me? All right, it's Roy checking in. Hey there. Good afternoon, Larry. Hammer down, 64, Socrates, New York tonight. Kicking off round number 3 to Schenectady. As usual, shorties rolling I-95, southbound Brunswick, Georgia. Headed toward Orlando, turnaround number 2. Now there's Marianne checking in. Good morning, Rubber Duck. He's in Chicago, hiding out with a pizza tonight. Jerry, good morning from Kokomo, Indiana. Thanks for everything the trucking industry does for us to keep the world turning. Thank you, Steve Summers, Overnight Drive, for a great show. Be safe, everybody. Keep on trucking. All right, good morning, Steve and the Overnight crew. Dave checking in from Parsonsfield, Maine. Crazy weather we've seen. We've seen lower 80s the past 4 days, 63 degrees right now. In other words, you're 10 degrees warmer in Parsonsfield, Maine than we are here in Southwest Ohio. How bizarre is that? Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Obviously, that's Eskimo Mom. Happy Friday Eve. 12 days till the election. 35 days till Thanksgiving. 62 days to Christmas. Back doing the regular run tonight. We got a few clouds, a little breezy, 59 degrees, rolling Interstate 71 in Kentucky. Russell, morning, Steve. Hope all's going well at the Secret Bunker, 58 and clear, Dayton, Ohio. I'm here, but kind of sick to my stomach tonight. Everybody have a good night. Hello, Tony. Hello, Steve, in the Hot Shot Secret Nation from Golconda, Illinois. Golconda, Illinois, along the Ohio River. Thanks for joining us, Tony. Hello, Miss Millie. Hello, Steve, the Overnight crew. Good to have you back. You were indeed missed. Glad you guys and gals had a great time. Everybody stay safe out there. And as always, be blessed. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, 60 degrees. Chipley, Florida tonight, giving my powerful chrome-plated cow truck the night off. We have a long haul back to the corn patch in front of us come sunrise. So everybody have a great night trailer trucking. Remember, the left lane is for the large cars to get the job done. Special one night only Panhandle shout out to the greatest show sponsor, a.k.a. the iconic Hot Shot Secrets brand.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yes, indeed, at 844-844-3388. Hello to Timothy, who checks in from Rocky Mount, Virginia. 57 degrees at this hour. Hey, Jacob. Hello to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, 56 degrees, Kingsport, Tennessee. Good morning, Dave, checking in from the tri-state area, Lawrenceburg, Indiana. Keep up the great show. There's Buckeye Boy. What do we got? Checking in from Ackworth, Georgia, 58 at this hour. Got the new Sleep Number bed, took the old one over to Mom's. I had to unload it myself into the garage. Didn't have much of a problem with the hand truck, but I'll be loading up around the noon hour today. Then we're headed west. We were in the lower 80s today. Wow. Have a great night, everyone. Be careful out there. Thank you much. We'll start with some updates out of North Carolina in the wake of Hurricane Helene, the catastrophic flooding, destruction impacting in particular western North Carolina. According to Governor Cooper's administration, they released some preliminary numbers, causing at least a record $53 billion in damages and recovery needs just for that state. The state budget office generated that preliminary figure for direct or indirect damages and potential investments to prevent similar destruction with future storms. Cooper told reporters the state's previous record for storm damage was $17 billion. That was from Hurricane Florence that struck the eastern state, portions of the state in 2018. It is no exaggeration to describe Helene as the deadliest, most damaging storm ever to hit North Carolina. Unveiling his request to the General Assembly for $3.9 billion to help pay for repairs and revitalization. He called that a down payment for western North Carolina's future. State officials reporting 96 deaths from Helene that brought historic levels of rain and flooding to the mountains. The storm and its aftermath causing 1,400 landslides, damaged over 160 water and sewer systems, at least 6,000 miles of roads, more than 1,000 bridges and culverts, and an estimated 126,000 homes. According to the budget office, some 220,000 households are expected to apply for federal assistance. This jaw-dropping damage reminds us that we are very much on the front end of this recovery effort. Now, the report with Cooper's spending request was released the day before the Republican-controlled legislature planned to meet for a one-day session to advance additional Helene recovery legislation. Lawmakers unanimously approved 2 weeks ago a $273 million package that included language to provide flexibility to state agencies, displaced residents, and officials running elections in 25 western counties. 39 of the state's 100 counties are within the federally declared disaster area. Now, state government coffers include several $1 billion that can be accessed for future recovery spending. Almost $4.5 billion is in the state's savings reserve alone. Legislative leaders had not disclosed as of late Wednesday afternoon any specifics about what they're going to maybe try to pass later today. Lawmakers still reviewing the governor's request they received on Tuesday. All right, legislation. After today, legislators are expected to return to Raleigh on November the 19th. But the damage report projects $48.8 billion in direct and indirect damages, $4.8 billion of anticipated mitigation expenses. They're estimating the federal government will cover $13.6 billion, with private and other sources covering $6.3 billion. Most of the losses will not ever be recovered. The private source share of expenses likely will be relatively low because few homeowners and farmers in the disaster area had flood or crop insurance. Close to 93% of homes with flood damage verified by FEMA did not have flood insurance. Cooper's request includes $475 million for a two-phase recovery program for businesses in some of the hardest hit areas, grants ranging from $1,500 to $50,000 in phase number 1 and up to $75,000 in the second phase. But just looking at the sheer number of homes impacted by flooding, again, what was it, 170-something thousand, 93% of which probably won't get a penny to recover without flood insurance. Very sad. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. The United States has confirmed that North Korean troops are now stationed in Russia. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin told reporters in Rome there is evidence of soldiers in the region. Ukraine's military intelligence earlier said troops were expected to arrive in Russia to join Moscow's fight against Ukraine. FSN's Megumi Lim reports from Kiev.
Earlier this month, Ukraine's military intelligence chief Kirilo Budanov said as many as 2,600 North Korean soldiers would be deployed to the Kursk region. On Tuesday, he said troops were expected to arrive on October 23rd. He did not give an update on the number of soldiers. Budanov has warned that around 10,000 North Korean soldiers will likely join Russia's army in the coming months. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has urged allies to put pressure on North Korea, saying that Ukraine's partners should not shy away from this challenge. Military experts have voiced concerns about this development, as it would be the first time since the Korean War 70 years ago that the North Korean army would be involved in military action. Megumi Lim in Kyiv.
At least one person has died and dozens more have experienced food poisoning amid an E. coli outbreak at multiple McDonald's restaurants. Federal health officials say the bacteria has been linked to the chain's Quarter Pounder. Ever since Tony Waterman has more.
It's believed that slivered onions may be the source of the E. coli outbreak, but the Quarter Pounder's beef patty is also being looked at. The burger has been pulled off the menu in affected states. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention say at least 49 people across 10 states have become sick, a number of them hospitalized, including a child that has developed severe kidney disease. McDonald's president told NBC's Today Show on Wednesday that the chain is working with health officials and that it wants to restore confidence in its operations. Tony Waterman, Texas.
The United Nations has been forced to pause its polio vaccination drive in the north of Gaza. More than 100,000 children were to receive the second dose of the vaccine, but due to escalating violence, this is now not possible. Ever since Jody Jacobs has more from the UN headquarters in New York.
The World Health Organization says it is imperative to stop the polio outbreak in Gaza as soon as possible, before more children are paralyzed and the polio virus spreads further. But due to intense bombardment, mass displacement orders, and the lack of assured humanitarian pauses across most of northern Gaza, the UN and its partners on Wednesday suspended its operations. The WHO says the current conditions are so bad, making it impossible for families to safely bring their children for vaccination and for healthcare workers to operate. This was supposed to be the final phase of the vaccine drive, with the first round earlier this year having gone smoothly.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
Got an email from Hoot who resides in North Carolina. He simply said, "Hello from North Carolina. Yes, devastated, but building like crazy. No damage in my area, the Salisbury, Piedmont, but glad to have you back with us. You know, if you think about it, all that money being sent to Ukraine could actually rebuild both North Carolina and Florida, for that matter." As far as travel is concerned, all right, we got an update this past day in regards to what is known as the Blue Ridge Parkway. It has reopened in North Carolina as of Wednesday morning, but as the case is for so many others, not allowing any commercial vehicles due to safety concerns. It reopened to traffic this past morning, starting at milepost 285.5 at Bamboo Gap, and stretching all the way to milepost 305 near Beacon Heights in the Blowing Rock, North Carolina area. Now, this is the very first section of the roadway to reopen in the aftermath of Helene. According to the Blue Ridge Parkway Park Service, we realize how critical the parkway is for our region. While much work remains, we are prioritizing efforts in less damaged areas that have the most impact for community connectivity, and that we're able to reopen safely. We are anticipating opening additional sections of the parkway that support adjoining communities soon. Now, despite the opening and remaining extensive closures of other roadways, tractor trailers are banned from the Blue Ridge Parkway due to safety concerns. The parkway is a narrow, two-lane road with shifting grades, curves, and limited sight distances. So for that reason, commercial vehicles are prohibited on the Blue Ridge Parkway. There are no truck lanes, there are no runaway truck ramps, or places for large commercial vehicles to slow down and pull over. They do point out violators will be subject to a citation as well as a fine of up to $5,000. For safety reasons, we ask people to continue to be patient, respect the remaining closures. Multiple seen and unseen hazards exist in those closed areas. Crews and heavy equipment will be working to make areas safe for reentry. But this hurricane left tens of thousands of downed trees across the parkway and caused nearly 36 rock and mudslides. The slides have occurred both above and below the road and have also severely damaged or swept away the roadbed in numerous places. To date, crews have reopened over 200 miles of road. Now, since September 30th, over 100 Blue Ridge Parkway employees, along with over 275 employees from 37 states around the country, as well as the District of Columbia and Puerto Rico, representing 64 parks and offices across the National Park Service, have been on this parkway assisting with recovery efforts. Their expertise spans a wide variety of roles. Of course, they call them sawyers, people that are using the saws to chop things up, carpenters, arborists, equipment operators. It is a massive, massive undertaking there in North Carolina. Our number, 844-844-3388. Hello to the Knucklebuster out of the box this Thursday morning.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sobers. That $1,000, that'll cut into your profit mode there real hard. Make you want to cry, right?
You think? Yes.
Yeah, absolutely there. So, well, I've got flood insurance, and I'm not even in a flood zone. I got earthquake insurance. I think I'm paying for more insurance than what I really need, but Tennessee, because we're protected well, so she is my insurance agent. So when I get a ticket, not only do I have to tell my wife, I got to tell my insurance agent all at the same time. So I try to avoid them things. I haven't had one in so long, I wouldn't even know what to do with it. Sometimes if you just get a warning, you use it for toilet paper, right?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
I haven't got a chance to look at it there on the drive there. This mechanic miraculously survives a hit from a runaway car that came barreling into his shop, Steve. And part of the article said that it was an acronym NSFW. And I don't know if you know what that means.
I do.
It's not suitable for work.
Correct.
Yeah, not suitable for work.
Yeah.
You flip that W upside down, it'd be not suitable for mom either. I'm sure there was some language going on there. So anyway, that's all of my bull on it for right now. I'm trying to get this 600-mile deadhead. That's cutting into the profit line too. So, go up here to South Alabama, finally get me a load there. They didn't have anything out of Florida down here. So.
Isn't that very common? Isn't that the reason why a lot of drivers don't want to go? At certain times of the year, you can get fruits and vegetables and stuff coming out, but oftentimes you got a deadhead out of the state.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Well, we have pretty good luck down there. You can get a load of sugar out of Clewiston, Florida. That's one of the things you can get. There's other places over there. I'm just trying to think what the name of that place is over there. We load up at there. It's a scrap place, and you carry it up out of Kentucky, and they recycle all of it there. So it's paper and aluminum cans and you name it, whatever. So, but they haven't even been getting it. I guess they ain't been drinking enough of them Skull Busters down here to carry them up there to Kentucky and recycle them there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, anyway, so I saw my bull on it for right now. I'll listen in and then call back later on that loneliest hour. It never hurts to have enough insurance to cover yourself.
Right.
I mean, so I know some of them people over there in North Carolina, well, boy, I wish I'd have had flood insurance. So I'm going to back out of here and get quiet and, like Horse Feather says, get a more intelligent caller. So.
Okay. Thank you, Knuckle Buster. I mean, when you're living like on a mountainside, you'd be thinking, you know, the water level, the water ain't ever going to get up this high. But it was just, I guess, more of the flooding was the water coming down the side of the mountain, like raging rivers in many cases. Meanwhile, who we got there? Russell said he wasn't feeling well this morning. Rubber Duck said, "You didn't have a quarter pounder, did you?" Get well soon, brother. Gilligan, good morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, a pleasant 62 in Eden, North Carolina tonight. Everybody keep it shiny side up. There's Zorro. Hello to all. Let's stay safe out here. Prayers for all those hurricane victims. Yeah, did you eat a quarter pounder there? McDonald's is kind of reeling. Their stock prices are being hammered. McDonald's, they're in, I guess, a recovery mode, trying to reassure customers that their restaurants are safe. Is apparently investigators technically are still trying to pinpoint the exact cause of the E. coli outbreak. Now, as of this past day, McDonald's had pulled quarter pounders from nearly 20% of their stores nationally as a result of the outbreak, as the CDC says 49 they can confirm have been sickened in 10 states, 1 dead, 10 hospitalized. The preliminary investigation from the Food and Drug Administration was suggesting, as we mentioned 24 hours ago, the fresh slivered onions that are served raw on quarter pounder hamburgers as the likely source. McDonald's also serves those raw slivered onions on one of the breakfast sandwiches, but that sandwich apparently is not available in the impacted stores. Other burgers, the Big Mac, they use Dice cooked onions. Now, they had announced they're searching for a new regional supplier of fresh onions. In the meantime, the quarter pounder uses fresh rather than frozen beef. They're supposedly looking to make sure it's not the beef being the source. They haven't exactly pinpointed yet. But quarter pounders have been removed from the menu in Colorado, Kansas, Utah, Wyoming, portions of Idaho, Iowa, Missouri, Montana, Nebraska, Nevada, New Mexico, and Oklahoma. One patron pulled up outside of Mickey D's outside of Denver this past day for his usual afternoon snack, but then decided against it. He said, I'm not really sure how E. coli spreads or maybe contaminates other foods. He feels McDonald's should be more forthcoming. This affects my decision with coming to Mickey D's in the future. Now, I feel like the information isn't widely spread. I did not see any notices on the door, and then I saw vehicles going through the drive-thru like nothing was going on. Colorado has actually had the most reported cases of any state so far. Now, McDonald's said they're working closely with the federal food safety regulators since last week when they were alerted about the potential outbreak. Now, they said the scope of the problem and the popularity of its products have complicated efforts to identify the contamination source. They've got more than 14,000 stores. They serve 1 million quarter pounders every 2 weeks in the affected 12-state area. Wow, 1 million every 2 weeks. McDonald's is known for their stringent food safety regulations and protocols. The company said this past day that they regularly test their onions for E. coli. For example, given the volume of food they go through, how infrequently this happens to McDonald's is kind of a testament to the effort that they take, indeed. Meanwhile, some experts kind of questioned why McDonald's simply stopped selling one sandwich and didn't close restaurants until further investigation. Good practices would have actually been close these restaurants, according to one Seattle lawyer who has sued companies over food poisoning outbreaks. Until we know definitely what product was made that made people sick, consumers need to be aware. Now, he said cross-contamination remains a potential possibility at the affected restaurants until they're thoroughly cleaned. Asked why it didn't close any restaurants, McDonald's said nothing in the government's investigation indicated there were issues with their food preparation practices. In an interview on the Today Show this past morning, McDonald's U.S. President Joe Erlinger also said it's likely that whatever product was contaminated has probably already passed through the company's supply chain. The CDC reported the outbreak late Tuesday. They stated infections were reported between September the 27th, and October the 11th in those affected states. So, yeah, here we are, 10 plus days, nearly 2 weeks out, I suppose, from when the last confirmed case of E. coli associated with, they're going through shipments of food coming in and out on a daily basis nearly. All right, we've got clear lines at 844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you're doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Well, let's flip over to some of our industry headlines. Start things off here in the state of Arkansas. Details of an Interstate 49 extension project in Arkansas to be completed in 4 phases, recently announced by the Department of Transportation. According to the Arkansas DOT, the first portion of the extension project will include a 3-mile stretch of 49 between State Highway 22 and Gun Club Road. The complete 14-mile I-49 extension is an effort to complete what they call the Transcontinental Corridor, connecting the Gulf Coast with the central U.S. and Canada. This north-south corridor will also connect 6 of the nation's east-west National Highway Freight Network routes. According to the DOT, a new bridge across the Arkansas River, as well as 4 new interchanges, will highlight the project. This project, particularly the I-49 Arkansas River Bridge, is a significant milestone toward our goal of completing that I-49 corridor from Fort Smith to Texarkana. When finished, I-49 will offer a safer, more efficient north-south highway in western Arkansas, generating significant economic benefits and development. Cost of the I-49 extension project estimated to be approximately $1.3 billion, including design and construction, funds coming from federal as well as state funds in that state. Meanwhile, in the state of Colorado, the State Patrol announcing they have set up a system of automatic warnings that will go directly to drivers' electronic logging devices in some of the dangerous mountain areas. The Motor Carrier Safety Selection, or section, of the Colorado State Patrol is the first in the nation to set up what they refer to as virtual geofences along Colorado roads that will trigger the automatic messages to appear right on a trucker's ELD. But you have to subscribe to them, according to the local news outlet. The messages will include warnings such as slow down, shift gears, sharp curves ahead. These automatic messages have already been put in place at the Eisenhower Tunnel, with more than 16,000 warning messages already sent. We're able to geofence, according to the captain of the Highway Patrol. We're able to pick the locations where we'd like that messaging to ping the truck, as he put it. We can choose any location along the highway system, so when the truck drives through that geofence, through the electronic gate, the message will pop up right in front of them. We've seen about a 4.3 mile per hour reduction in speed for those trucks that are going westbound that hit that geofence at the Eisenhower Tunnel to get that message. We believe the messages are already working. We do have concerns over some of the smaller trucking companies that do not and may not subscribe to receive said messages. We're trying to reach those drivers that don't get an opportunity to drive in Colorado's mountains. It really is a matter of trying to find everything we can to help keep people safe. And while we're on the state of Colorado, let's just share one other tidbit. Yes, a new year will be upon us in short order, right? It's already the tail end of October. In a significant move to reduce distracted driving, Colorado will implement a new law January 1, 25 that prohibits using any mobile electronic device while driving unless it is a hands-free device. think in most states around the country have already implemented that. But Colorado DOT will launch an awareness campaign over the next several months to ensure Coloradans are aware of the new law. The campaign will include outreach via social media, paid ads, and collaboration with key stakeholders. This is a crucial step toward making Colorado roads safer by encouraging drivers to focus on the task of driving. We can reduce the number of distracted driving incidents and prevent crashes. This law aligns with the best practices from across the nation and reflects our commitment to protect all road users, whether a vehicle, a bike, or even walking. But according to their survey, 77% of Colorado drivers admitted to using their phones while driving. 45% saying a hands-free feature in their car. Without one, that would prevent them from using their phone. Newsbreak. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. The United States has confirmed that North Korean troops are now stationed in Russia. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin told reporters in Rome there is evidence of soldiers in the region. Ukraine's military intelligence earlier said troops were expected to arrive in Russia to join Moscow's fight against Ukraine. FSN's Megumi Lim reports from Kiev.
Earlier this month, Ukraine's military intelligence chief Kirilo Budanov said as many as 2,600 North Korean soldiers would be deployed to the Kursk region. On Tuesday, he said troops were expected to arrive on October 23rd. He did not give an update on the number of soldiers. Budanov has warned that around 10,000 North Korean soldiers will likely join Russia's army in the coming months. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has urged allies to put pressure on North Korea, saying that Ukraine's partners should not shy away from this challenge. Military experts have voiced concerns about this development, as it would be the first time since the Korean War 70 years ago that the North Korean army would be involved in military action. Megumi Lim in Kyiv.
At least one person has died and dozens more have experienced food poisoning amid an E. coli outbreak at multiple McDonald's restaurants. Federal health officials say the bacteria has been linked to the chain's Quarter Pounder. Ever since Tony Waterman has more.
It's believed that slivered onions may be the source of the E. coli outbreak, but the Quarter Pounder's beef patty is also being looked at. The burger has been pulled off the menu in affected states. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention say at least 49 people across 10 states have become sick, a number of them hospitalized, including a child that has developed severe kidney disease. McDonald's president told NBC's Today Show on Wednesday that the chain is working with health officials and that it wants to restore confidence in its operations. Tony Waterman, Texas.
The United Nations has been forced to pause its polio vaccination drive in the north of Gaza. More than 100,000 children were to receive the second dose of the vaccine, but due to escalating violence, this is now not possible. Ever since Jody Jacobs has more from the UN headquarters in New York.
The World Health Organization says it is imperative to stop the polio outbreak in Gaza as soon as possible, before more children are paralyzed and the polio virus spreads further. But due to intense bombardment, mass displacement orders, and the lack of assured humanitarian pauses across most of northern Gaza, the UN and its partners on Wednesday suspended its operations. The WHO says the current conditions are so bad, making it impossible for families to safely bring their children for vaccination and for healthcare workers to operate. This was supposed to be the final phase of the vaccine drive, with the first round earlier this year having gone smoothly.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking in more detail today at the state of the race for the White House. As you know, it is deadlocked, though a new Reuters poll indicated Vice President Kamala Harris has a 3-point edge over Donald Trump nationally. In the battleground states, though, most observers believe the election is entirely up for grabs, 2 weeks out. And what everyone can agree on is that this year's American election is remarkably heavy on sizzle and light on substance. Political commentator Chris Cillizza.
The truth of the matter is this is a policy poor campaign. People talk about immigration, including the candidates. Yes, people talk about the economy and inflation. And yes, they talk about abortion. But the truth of the matter is this is a personality contest. And really, it's about a group of Republican voters who do not personally like Donald Trump, but prefer his policies to the Democratic alternative. And the question is, do they vote for someone they really do not like personally because they like his policies? Or are they willing to cross over and vote for a Democrat in the form of Kamala Harris? That to me is, who's undecided and how this election gets decided.
And that is precisely why Trump and Harris are placing all their attention on the battleground states. Former Congresswoman Liz Cheney, one prominent Republican campaigning for Kamala Harris, is predicting that millions of Republicans will follow her example. But it's far from clear how many votes she actually moves when she flanks the vice president on the campaign trail. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And the main news again, the United States has confirmed that North Korean troops are now stationed in Russia to help Moscow's fight against Ukraine. At least one person has died and dozens more have experienced food poisoning amid an E. coli outbreak at multiple McDonald's restaurants. And the United Nations has been forced to pause its polio vaccination drive in the north of Gaza. There's more from us on X at Feature Story. That's Feature Story News. Nick Harper reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
As we kick off hour number 2, closing out Hump Day. Yes, indeed, rolling into a Thursday. So again, rolling toward the weekend, as they say. Just like that. Hey, we kick things off this hour. Take a look at the tropics. Oscar not likely going to mark the end to activity in the southwestern Atlantic, especially in the Caribbean. Eyes have turned to the Caribbean once again. According to AccuWeather, we suspect there will be another attempt for a tropical depression or storm to brew during the middle to latter part of next week. Water temperatures have trended back to average, but waters remain quite warm over the Caribbean, and that deep warmth over the prime development area of the Atlantic is still well above historical average. Now, after Oscar, the next name on the list would be Patty. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on things. The track of any new feature obviously depends on exactly where it forms and the overall strength and movement of non-tropical features further to the north over the U.S. and the western Atlantic. From a climatological standpoint, tropical storms that form in this area late in October and early in November tend typically to track into Central America or possibly to the north-northeast toward Cuba, Hispaniola, and the Bahamas. But they do point out a track into Florida or the southeastern U.S. mainland is not out of the question, at least at this point in time. Meanwhile, in the tropics, we didn't have any such excitement on our cruise last week, which is a good thing. I recall many of us who were, after returning back into Miami, all the Swifties that were there for 3 days of Taylor Swift concerts, thousands of whom boarded the Royal Caribbean Oasis of the Seas, departing on a Taylor Swift-themed cruise on Monday. Things have kind of gone a bit sideways as a passenger apparently went overboard aboard that cruise in the Bahamas in the early, the evening hours there on Tuesday evening, 9:40 p.m. According to the Coast Guard, the woman fell from the allure of the seas when it was 17 miles north of Nassau, according to the Coast Guard. An HC-144 airplane crew and an MH-65 Dolphin helicopter crew from Air Station Miami were assisting in the search. Crews from the Royal Bahamas Defense Force and the USS Coast Guard were still searching as of Wednesday morning. Hundreds of Taylor Swift fans, or Swifties, as I mentioned, departed from Miami on Monday on the Allure of the Seas, part of a fan-sponsored event. The aptly named In My Cruise Era Cruise, arranged by 3 travel agents and fans of Taylor, according to the website. The agenda included making friendship bracelets, Taylor Swift trivia, Eras-themed outfit nights aboard the cruise. Video shared via social media, so fans looking overboard after the woman fell. It's not immediately clear, they say, if the woman who went overboard was actually part of the Taylor Swift group. Royal Caribbean spokesperson told the New York Post they were working with local authorities in their search efforts, but of course, if she hadn't been found by Wednesday morning, you typically, in those parts of the ocean, become shark bait or something of that nature. She may never be recovered. Those things that happen, 66 years old, so. All right, clear lines at 844-3388. Is the bird flu about to jump back into the headlines? Taking you to California, a video recently emerging showing several cows lying dead on roadsides in California's Central Valley amid an avian influenza outbreak across the country, sparking biosafety concerns. The dead cows were close together, swarms of flies buzzing around them. According to a veterinary doctor with the Berkeley, California-based nonprofit Our Honor. The video was taken a little over a week ago, then shared via X on October 17. The dead livestock were in front of Mendonso Farms and Land O'Lakes Borges Dairy. Both of those are in Tulare County. No visible warning signs of potential biosafety risks that the exposed carcasses posed to the public at the time, he added. But the highly pathogenic avian flu caused by the H5N1 viruses. Yeah, we've been talking about it for several years. First hit a poultry farm back in October of 2022. It then jumped to dairy farms in March, with now 333 confirmed cases among dairy cows across 14 states now. Some 133 dairy livestock in California have been infected as of October 17, making California the state with the highest number of confirmed cases. 99 of those 133 over just the past 30 days. Now, more than half of the barn cats fed raw milk at the first dairy farm to report positive cases in Texas after drinking the milk. Disturbingly, the first sign that a facility is infected is when the barn cats die after drinking the infected milk. To date, the Centers for Disease Control has confirmed 13 farm workers have been infected with the H5N1 bird flu in California. According to the CDC, Washington State became the 6th state to report a human H5N1 case, as 4 poultry workers in Franklin County are presumed positive, according to the Department of Health on Sunday. California was the largest producer of cow milk as of last year. According to the USDA, they have 1,710 dairy cows, the highest number in any state this year. According to the Statistica data, some 30% of California's dairy cows are in Tulare County. The U.S. Department of Agriculture, the Food and Drug Administration, the Centers for Disease Control, state veterinary and public health officials are all investigating the outbreak. They tell us CDC staff are on the ground in California to try to stem the spread. The disease appears to be underreported in various other states, with both the infectiousness of the H5N1 virus and California's mandatory testing being the reason for California's high number of confirmed cases. According to one dairy market expert, prognosis appears grim, with 600 cases projected to occur in the next few weeks, they tell us. The retired U.S. Department of Agriculture veterinarian epidemiologist John Corsland spoke to the L.A. Times that projection is not unrealistic. If it does become a reality, I would estimate that the California dairy outbreak is the most serious and widespread infectious animal disease outbreak in history, as he put it. More to come after this. Jump on in at 844-844-3388. Quiet phones here on a Thursday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low
sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All right, I appreciate the email there, Brother Rambler. I wondered what the heck was going on. He said, I'm on hold, been hold for 20 minutes. Check your phones. So I did a phone reset there. That explains it. If you hadn't let me know, I'd have been sitting there saying, well, where the heck's everybody at?
I know, right? I know. I heard you sitting there saying, phones are quiet. I'm like, well, I'm sitting here for 20 minutes waiting for you to go to me. So, praise God, at least we got it fixed, right?
Yes, sir.
And hello and welcome back. I'm glad to be back on. And hello, God's children, listening to us all across Atlanta tonight, driving into nice fall weather. I know everyone was complaining about the heat. Now everyone's going to start complaining about the cold.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, got to start looking at not only Extinction Eliminator, but the Hot Shot Diesel Treat now. Get that diesel engine, get that fuel treated with that hot shot diesel and gasoline treatment. And you know where you can find that at, Steve?
HotShotSecret.com or maybe OvernightDriveRadio.com.
That is correct. Hey, I sent you an email of a very familiar caller. Did you get it? I know you did. I laughed whenever I saw it.
Yes, indeed, I did.
The person that is this the same person that got a little coalition to get you kicked off of iHeart?
I can't say definitively, but yeah, I have a sneaky suspicion that was one of the participants.
That's right.
I'm going to let our listening audience know, because I was going to respond. I said, you know what? I'm going to respond live on the air. Mr. Douglas, I'm responding to you, sir. He writes me, hey, Rambler, I just don't know how you could call yourself a minister and support a filthy, corrupt man like Donald Trump. Give me a break. Well, you know, he replied to a story, and I try to keep my Facebook platform open, because over at Determined Ministries Church, which you can find us on Facebook, I try to keep an open platform. So, you know, both Democrats and Republicans, independents, Constitution Party, Libertarian Party, Green Party, whoever you support, whatever party, Constitution Party, you can come on and just worship with us, you know. We're not going to discriminate against you. We want to show you the love of Christ. And so how can I call myself a minister? Number one, God called me to be a minister. I didn't call myself to be a minister. And how God called me, Mr. Douglas, to be a minister, I can tell you right now. I'm looking at my Bible now. I remember Steve being a little old boy, 11 years old, getting a Bible for Christmas. My grandfather gave it to me, and I'm reading the book of Proverbs. I've always loved the Lord, wanted to tell people about Jesus, but I'm reading, and I'm sure most believers who listen to the show have had this happen to them. You'll be reading the Holy Word of God, and something to jump out at you, like big, bold print. Well, this is the first time I'm reading the Bible, 11-year-old boy, and this scripture out of Proverbs chapter 8, verse number 10, 11 jumped out. It says, receive my instruction and not silver, and knowledge rather than choice gold. For wisdom is better than rubies, and all the things that may be desired are not to be compared to it. Now, the Lord has called me to be a minister. I never called myself to be a minister, kind sir. God picked me out of a bunch of other people, decided to clean this vessel up, and he put me behind the pulpit. And as I tell people every Sunday, I'm here not because I have to be. I'm here because I want to be. Now, how can I support Donald Trump? Because Donald Trump, number one, believes in what Deuteronomy 22:5 says. And Deuteronomy 22:5 says that a woman should not dress as a man, or a man should not dress as a woman. So my political ideology, I try and line up with the Word of God. And I'm sorry, I mean, I love everybody. I do. I love everybody. I don't care if you're a homosexual. I don't care if you're a transgender. I don't care if you're a Democrat. I don't care if you're a Republican. You can hate my guts, but there's two things you can never stop me from doing. As much as you hate me, you'll never stop me for, number one, for praying for you, and you'll never stop me from telling you I love you, because I do. I love you. And Douglas, I love you. Even though you can't fathom the fact that God has called me and placed me here to minister to his children, I love you. When they hung Christ on the cross and they mocked him, he said, forgive them, Lord, for they know not what they do. When Stephen, who replaced Judas Iscariot as a disciple and apostle, was ministering, and they couldn't take it, and they stoned him, before he died, he saw the kingdom of God open up and Jesus at the right hand of God. He said the same thing Christ said, forgive them, for they know not what they do. Douglas, I love you. I forgive you, because you know not what you do. You know not what you're talking about, sir. How can you support a woman that has publicly said that she supports the murder of innocent children in the third trimester, and that has been backed up?
Mm-hmm.
How can you support a woman that has taken your own race, the black men, kept them deliberately locked up? This is proven facts, and she's on record as saying this. Kept them locked up for slave labor in the state of California. How can you as a black man support that? I wouldn't. How can anyone support this woman, right, that when she's at a rally and someone yells, Jesus Christ is King, she is on record saying you're at the wrong rally, but yet, being the hypocrite she is, goes to two churches in Atlanta, Georgia, which I'm not trying to be judgmental. I pray they're spirit-filled churches, but they probably have Ichabod written over the door frame. And if you don't know what Ichabod is, that was the name of one of the priests that Samuel followed. And that's in 1 Samuel, one of his children. So you got to ask yourself, am I a Christian? Am I a Christian? How can I call myself a Christian if I'm going to support the murder of innocent children? And yes, there's been proof. We've seen all the TikTok and reels that when the male sperm is baptized into the female egg, a spark and life is conceived right there. Now, maybe some of you ain't going to agree with me. That's all right. I totally get it. But it's been proven. I'm not going to support someone that's going to murder children. I'm not going to support someone that thinks that men can all of a sudden become a woman and go compete in women athletics. I'm not going to support a person that supports a man being a cat or a female being a dog. I'm sorry. It don't line up with the Word of God. Now, if you want to come to the Do Determined Ministries Church, and that's how you are, I welcome you. Please come on and be with us, because I'm not going to discriminate against you. If you want to call in Steve Summers' show, he welcomes you. But get ready for an argument. But that's all I got, Steve. And, Douglas, if you want to argue with me, Steve knows how to get in touch with me. I would love to be able to debate you on this show if you would so care to. All you have to do is, reach for your manhood, make sure it's there, and call Steve up. And Steve knows how to get in touch with me, and I will gladly, we could talk about this together. If you so choose to. Like I said, if you still got your manhood, be a man, call him up. I'll back up everything I have to say with Scripture. And I always ask the Lord to fill my mouth. And God, you speak, not Brother Rambler speak. That's all I have to say, Steve. And everyone, the phones are back working. Call up the show.
There you go.
We love to have you. That's right.
I think
And remember this.
I think Rubber Duck said he held on for nearly an hour before he got disconnected. So we got Rubber Duck coming up. Eagles on the line, and there you go. I appreciate you letting me know. I had no idea. It's 844-844-3388. Take care of a news break and back at it. Thursday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. The United States has confirmed that North Korean troops are now stationed in Russia. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin told reporters in Rome there is evidence of soldiers in the region. Ukraine's military intelligence earlier said troops were expected to arrive in Russia to join Moscow's fight against Ukraine. FSN's Megumi Lim reports from Kiev.
Earlier this month, Ukraine's military intelligence chief Kirilo Budanov said as many as 2,600 North Korean soldiers would be deployed to the Kursk region. On Tuesday, he said troops were expected to arrive on October 23rd. He did not give an update on the number of soldiers. Budanov has warned that around 10,000 North Korean soldiers will likely join Russia's army in the coming months. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has urged allies to put pressure on North Korea, saying that Ukraine's partners should not shy away from this challenge. Military experts have voiced concerns about this development, as it would be the first time since the Korean War 70 years ago that the North Korean army would be involved in military action. Megumi Lim in Kyiv.
At least one person has died and dozens more have experienced food poisoning amid an E. coli outbreak at multiple McDonald's restaurants. Federal health officials say the bacteria has been linked to the chain's Quarter Pounder. Ever since Tony Waterman has more.
It's believed that slivered onions may be the source of the E. coli outbreak, but the Quarter Pounder's beef patty is also being looked at. The burger has been pulled off the menu in affected states. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention say at least 49 people across 10 states have become sick, a number of them hospitalized, including a child that has developed severe kidney disease. McDonald's president told NBC's Today Show on Wednesday that the chain is working with health officials and that it wants to restore confidence in its operations. Tony Waterman, Texas.
The United Nations has been forced to pause its polio vaccination drive in the north of Gaza. More than 100,000 children were to receive the second dose of the vaccine, but due to escalating violence, this is now not possible. Ever since Jody Jacobs has more from the UN headquarters in New York.
The World Health Organization says it is imperative to stop the polio outbreak in Gaza as soon as possible, before more children are paralyzed and the polio virus spreads further. But due to intense bombardment, mass displacement orders, and the lack of assured humanitarian pauses across most of northern Gaza, the UN and its partners on Wednesday suspended its operations. The WHO says the current conditions are so bad, making it impossible for families to safely bring their children for vaccination and for healthcare workers to operate. This was supposed to be the final phase of the vaccine drive, with the first round earlier this year having gone smoothly.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Back at it here. I know for many, many years, which truck stop chain was it that was associated with Denny's restaurants? There was one that a whole bunch of Denny's locations. Yeah, Denny's, one of many restaurants struggling for survival. Announcing this past day they're going to close another 150 restaurants by the end of next year. They're going to reduce their menu options considerably. And they're looking at changing their famous 24 hours a day, 7 days a week operating schedule. I'll give you more on that coming up. On a more local basis in our region, Southwest Ohio, one of our staple restaurants growing up was Frisch's Big Boy. I'm old enough to remember the days when they had the outdoor, kind of like the car hop, where the girls would come out on roller skates to take your order and bring your food back on roller skates, hang it on your window. Remember those days? My wife was actually, she worked a car hop for a year or so early in our marriage. They were no longer doing the roller skates, actually walking, but still had the car hop outdoors. That's all history. There's a number of restaurants, all of them in my area, that are at risk of being shut down here in a matter of days. Apparently, they're being foreclosed on because they haven't paid their rent. They owe like $4.something million in rent. Uh-oh. Frisch's Big Boy. It's almost like a White Castle thing. I know some people love their White Castle. You get the cravings for a White Castle. The Big Boy. That's a Big Boy with extra tartar sauce. That's one of those things that also I get a craving for. Hello, Rubber Duck. My apologies for the phone's not working.
You're good. You're good. Welcome back.
Yeah, well, thank you.
How's the family doing? You guys got COVID on the cruise?
The princess is battling it. She's feeling a little bit better, this past day than the day before. She is taking the Paxlovid thing. She's saying it's making her feel kind of nauseous, though. But yep. And there's a whole bunch of people that got it. I guess a couple more that were in our group came down with it yesterday. So look out.
We caught something at football 2 weeks ago that it got me for like 12 days and then Kimmy for 12 days. But while you were gone, we had our last game. Of course, we lost, but it's not about winning. But my grandson ran for over 200 yards and got 4 touchdowns.
Really?
At 8 years old. He was just, he was amazing. He made so many people fall on their butt. It was ecstatic. And I got to be back on the field for the last game. And some of my videos were kind of goofy because we didn't have enough people to volunteer to hold the chains. So I'm like holding the phone, holding the chain, the marker, and I'm trying to get a video and turn. But I couldn't ask for a better year with those kids. It was the most amazing thing I've ever been able to do in my life, was to give, some of my time back to these kids that knew nothing. And then, I only know football from watching it. I'm not a coach. I had to watch videos on how you coach kids and offenses and defenses, and we tried.
Mm-hmm.
We gave it our best, and that's all I can ask them kids to do.
Sure.
But I'm real sorry to hear about your family getting sick on a cruise, and it's nasty. Mom wound up having a stroke about 12 days ago, and then caught pneumonia from it.
Mm.
But then the caretakers that I have down there in Florida that are helping, they weren't really helping because they didn't tell me for 8 days that she was in the hospital.
Wow.
And she's not going to be able to move back home and be on her own. She's going to have 24-hour care.
Wow. And they didn't let you know for 8 days?
No. Nope. I called. I talked to her on the Friday after the hurricanes. Talked to her the Friday after the hurricanes. The phones were fine in Daytona. And then the next day I called and no answer. And so on Sunday I text Debbie and I asked her, I said, everything all right? Well, Mom, well, yeah, the phones are out. So well, that's funny. I talked to her on Friday. Oh, you did? We were there. We didn't hear the phone ring. Then they finally called on Sunday last week. Well, this week, Sunday, about lunchtime. Well, we need to tell you about your mom. Oh, well, what do you need to tell me? And then they did. And these are the people that went behind my back and changed the will.
Yeah.
Knowing that I couldn't get a lawyer. They would exhaust our income to try to pay a lawyer to fight this. So we let it go. But I would have had her up with me. I would not have her down in Florida by herself. I would have brought her up here a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
And it's proof that if anybody has older parents and their wills and stuff are wrote out and you're not close to them, you might want to rethink things about try to get your people close to you, because somebody's going to try and steal your people from you. I don't know why they do it, but my other question I have is, I have a lot of these little 1-ton pickup hotshot car haulers in our business. And literally have seen them pull in the auction with one name and a DOT number on the window, and then rip it off and put another name and a DOT number on it to haul a different load. But I thought every time you switched to carrier, you had to have a SMCF federal inspection. You had to have a lease wrote up, and you had to, because I used to have to carry my lease with me. It's still on my book, the first lease that we ever signed to get this truck. You know, if you're going to operate it as it's not mine, and you can say yes or no on a load, or you can go pick your own loads. You know, then here's a lease, and you're making the payments on it. But yeah, I don't know how these guys are getting away with this stuff. One of them was they have a 425 million DOT number. That's how high we've gone up. We've been in business for 16 years, and ours is 1.1 million. So that's how many DOT numbers have been issued in the last 16 years.
Mm-hmm.
But this 4.25 million DOT number company on their Safer Stat says they have one truck and one driver. But when you look at the inspections, they've had 499 inspections. And 94 drivers have been put out of service. They're way over the threshold. But where is our United States government stepping in to stop these unsafe carriers?
Right.
Why are they being able to just roll into a parking lot and rip the number off of the one company and put another company's name on to haul load for them? How is this legal? And why isn't the government doing anything about this? The state police, the local police, anybody. I bet a few of my county sheriffs ask me questions. How are they doing this? Well, it's not legal what they're doing as far as what we know, because they say you have to have 2-inch or bigger lettering on your truck, permanently affixed. I remember getting a ticket for taking a brand new tractor trailer from Maryland to Virginia because it was on a temporary tag. Even though we had IFTA and we had apportioned tags and we had applied for them for the new truck wasn't supposed to leave the state. I think that's the biggest problem with this whole industry is the lack of enforcement. Our e-logs are the biggest tattletale of everything.
Mm-hmm.
My safety score, I'm number one. I'm number one out of 2, but it's only 79%. And it's because I had speeding violations. But they were on 2-lane roads and trying to keep up with the flow of traffic on the interstate. But yet, when it records that I go 6 miles an hour over the speed limit, it flags it as a violation. So if they put this system in place with these e-logs, and you get multiple violations, and I'm speaking to you big company guys that love to blow through I-80 and 94 like it's a racetrack, especially when you're in a 55-mile-an-hour zone, how is this not getting flagged? Why are they continually allowed to operate unsafe? Because the government's turning a blind eye. Because they're the large companies. But let me, as a 2-truck company, get in one accident with one truck, and we're horribly unsafe.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll be back on that. But the other thing is, I think monkey guys are retired.
Really?
While you guys were on a cruise,
yeah,
he put up a post what a great company it was. Then he went deer hunting and kind of did stuff with the grandkids, and they never really came back and answered that post. So I'm not sure if he just might have took the keys off the key ring and hung it all up at the hacienda back there. I hope not. I can understand it. You know, he's getting a little older. He's getting a little more tired. And by the way, happy belated birthday.
Thank you very
you
much.
missed your birthday while you're on that boat.
Yeah. Well, I know that he, you know, while we were at the Mid-America Truck Show, he had kind of announced that he was going to retire, I guess, next year. Like that was going to be his last Mid-America. And then he was, I don't know, then he was having second thoughts. Several weeks later, he said he's going to keep, I don't know what he's up to.
Well, by the way, this is pretty good pizza. By the way, they cut it in funny squares. It's a round pizza, but they cut it in like a square,
right?
But it had the nice big round Italian sausage on it, plenty of cheese. I went to go turn in the place to pick it up, and there was a 2-car wreck in the turn lane. From I guess somebody was texting and drove right to the butt of somebody else. So I gotta go up, I got turned back around and come back the other way. I'm like, oh man, can I park at the U-Haul place? No, they probably get mad. It looks like they're still open. Sneak down, turn, sneak in between the tow truck and the ambulance, turn the 4-ways on in the middle of the street, run in and get my pizza. Cop screaming at me, you gotta move that truck. I'm holding the pizza. He just looked, he goes, oh, he just turned the other way. And I just kind of laughed a little bit.
Come on, driver.
Are you hungry?
Get out of here.
Yeah, that's it. Get on out of here. I was like, but you're hungry. I'll give you a piece of pizza. So I figured that was the best bribe you can have in Chicago is keep some pizza ammunition on the front seat in case somebody comes and messes with me in the night, right?
There you go.
All right. Well, you guys have a great night. I hope the family gets healthy again. Need to pray for that. On Sunday, they told me Mom wasn't able to speak. We tried to talk to her. We did a video call. It was really, really scary watching my mom like that. And then today, I got to talk to her, and I could understand her voice. It's like her swallowing and her tongue's gone down a little bit. But she's still not, doesn't remember things and forgets what day was it? Wednesday. It's Saturday, you know. It's sad watching her go away like this, but the fact that I got to hear her one more time, that makes it up for it. But I think I need to go to Florida.
Sounds like it, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, you never know, yeah, because, I mean, a lot, of course, once you have a stroke, you're always at risk for possibly another, and, you know, it's just the cycle of life, as they refer to it, right? All right, Rubber Duck, safe travels. Country Bumpkin checking in. Good morning, Overnight Drive family. Yeah, God bless all those families affected by the floods. Yes, indeed. Yeah, recovery. Long road to recovery there, too. 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, yes, indeed. And lines available. You'd like to jump on board. Here we go. Thursday morning coming on. One day closer to the weekend. And good morning, Eagle. What's happening?
Okay. Yeah, how you doing, Steve? Yeah, Steve. I want to talk about something, man. I wish that I was in control of this situation. Because when I heard the news, it really upset me. Last night I called you and told you that Donald Trump, was looking good. People supporting him everywhere he go. You did another rally today, and let's see, where the hell is he at? North Carolina, another full house. But guess what, Steve? As I was driving today, I turned my phone to the Elon Musk X channel, and what did I see? I just happened to go on Alex Jones, push the button for Alex Jones, and what do I see on that? It says Maricopa County in Arizona say that it could be 10 to 15 days after the election before they finish counting the votes. Well, what do you know? What do you know, Steve? Arizona gonna have problems again counting the votes, just like they had the last 2 or 3 elections. What a surprise! What'd you say?
I shared last evening that Michigan Secretary of State said that in Michigan probably wouldn't have a winner until sometime, at least Wednesday night after Election Day. And what are they trying to set up for us there, Eagle?
Well, that's why I'm so pissed off, Steve. They're saying that in Arizona, like I said, 10 to 15 days after the election. Let me say this, Steve. I know people that live in other countries. I know people that live in Mexico. Mexico just elected another individual to be their president a couple of months ago. They knew the same day, and I know we got more technology in the USA than they do in Mexico. Mexico knew who their president was the same day, the same night. So here's how I go. If I was running things, see, this is what I would do. The states like the same, you got the same 4 or 5 states doing it every election, especially these last 2, Steve, and that's Georgia, Pennsylvania, Arizona, especially Arizona. The same culprits that have been playing games for the last 2 or 3 elections. As far as I'm concerned, Steve, if they don't have the votes counted up, you got a 24-hour period. If I was running things, you got 24 hours to get these votes tabulated, calculated in the state. And if they not coming in, the hell with you, your votes just don't count. That's the way they should do it. And I guarantee you, Arizona would somehow figure out how to get them damn votes in if they only had 24 hours, or they'd be disqualified. That's the way you have to do this. But unfortunately, we don't do it that way. And you're going to continue to see these losers try to cheat. And that's the only way. And I don't care, Douglas or whoever, the loser who called in, I don't care if he gets mad, happy, glad, or nothing. I'll say it right directly to his face. The Democrats are nothing but cheaters, liars, and steal. That's how they won the election in 2020, and they damn sure try to do it in 24. And I don't. If they walk away with this election, I know, and I don't need Joe Biden, I don't need Barack Obama, any other Nancy Pelosi, or any other loser to tell me that Donald Trump lost the election because it's nothing but a lie. Because you can tell by the crowds this man is packing in. Like I told you, Steve, it doesn't take 10 to 15 days to tabulate the votes in a state. I don't give a damn. Arizona is not that big of a state. If they can't count the votes, get somebody who can. because this makes no sense. We need to know who the president is going to be after in the election. We shouldn't have to wait. Instead, other countries don't have to wait, and we shouldn't have to wait either. We shouldn't have to wait on Arizona, Florida, and Georgia and these other states trying to do some dirty dealing. Because this really pisses me off, Steve. The United States is supposed to be the most advanced country in the world. We're supposed to do the things the right way in America. And if for some reason these people don't want to do it that way, Joe Biden had the nerve to say yesterday that he had the nerve to say he wanted to put Donald Trump in jail. After all this man has done, Steve, after all he's done over that's the last thing that Joe Biden should talk about is putting anybody in jail. He should be worried about keeping his own ass out of jail because of all he's done for the last 4 years. And it just gave another boatload of money to Ukraine. I want to know, tell me what you're doing with that money, Joe Biden, brother. Where's all that money going to Ukraine? Don't take that much money to fight a war. I don't see Vladimir Putin. I don't see him asking nobody for no money, and he fighting the same damn country. So something strange is going on with that situation. Joe Biden, here's what Biden is trying to do now, Steve.
Right. Yeah, we got to pause there though. So yeah, I think Russia's taking they're getting some help from China, and of course in the headlines right now they're saying North Korean troops on the ground, maybe as many as 10,000 headed into assist in Russia. Get a news break.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News, I'm Rebecca Bundin in Mumbai. US presidential candidate Kamala Harris has accused her opponent Donald Trump of being a fascist. The comment came after the former US president's chief of staff said Trump wanted the kind of generals that Hitler had. John Kelly told the New York Times and The Atlantic magazine that his old boss meets the definition of a fascist, warning he would govern like a dictator if he won the election next month. Benji Hire reports.
These are comments that might have once sunk a candidate's White House hopes. Not so for Donald Trump. 2 weeks out from the election, the Teflon president has swatted away condemnation from yet another of his administration's senior advisors. Military man John Kelly says Trump puts loyalty above the US Constitution and the rule of law. In this campaign, the Republican nominee has vowed to prosecute political opponents and send the army after left-wing Americans were he to reclaim the Oval Office. Benji Hire, Washington.
Microsoft says Iranian hackers have conducted surveillance on US election-related websites and media outlets. The software company warns that this could be a prelude to direct influence operations, with just under 2 weeks to go until the presidential election. Ira Spitzer reports.
In a blog post, Microsoft implicated an Iranian hacking group known as Cotton Sandstorm with scanning election-related websites in the U.S. looking for vulnerabilities, and warned the group could launch new influence operations imminently. The same hacking group, which is linked to Iran's powerful Revolutionary Guards Corps, has been accused of sending emails to U.S. voters in 2020 posing as members of the pro-Trump group the Proud Boys. Microsoft also accused Chinese and Russian hackers with other activities related to the U.S. elections. A spokesperson for Iran's mission to the UN called the latest allegations unfounded and wholly inadmissible. Ira Spitzer, San Francisco.
North Korean troops are now in Russia, the United States confirmed on Wednesday. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin told reporters there is evidence of soldiers in the region. Ukraine's military intelligence earlier said troops were expected to arrive in Russia to join Moscow's fight against Ukraine's incursion. Sally Patterson reports.
There may now be evidence of North Korean troops inside Russia, but what exactly they're doing in the region hasn't been confirmed. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says it would be a serious issue if North Korea's intention is to participate in this war on Russia's behalf. There's growing international concern over what could be a dramatic new step in Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Now, South Korean officials said on Wednesday that North Korea had sent 3,000 troops to Russia out of a promised 10,000 to be deployed by December.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today in more detail at the BRICS summit hosted in Kazan by Russian President Vladimir Putin. It brought together the leaders of Brazil, China, India, South Africa and Russia, plus, controversially, the United Nations Secretary-General Antonio Guterres, his presence infuriating the Ukrainians. But what to make of the influence of BRICS on the world stage? David Lubin is a senior research fellow at Chatham House in London.
I mean, the BRICS as an organization and many countries in the developing world and in the global south are much more sympathetic with Moscow's position than many countries in the G7 would like them to be. But in a way, BRICS is operating within a slightly different universe away from the war in Ukraine. The only issue on which all of the BRICS members can really agree is about their common desire to reduce the importance of the dollar in the international monetary system. And so it's not really, understanding BRICS is best not sort of understood in the context of geopolitical, armed conflict. It's better understood in the context of a sort of more narrow desire to kind of move beyond what's called dollar dominance.
And those governments attending the BRICS summit in Russia this year represent 45% of the world's population. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. US presidential candidate Kamala Harris has accused her opponent Donald Trump of being a fascist. Microsoft says Iranian hackers have conducted surveillance on US election-related websites and media outlets. North Korean troops are now in Russia, the United States has confirmed. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says there is evidence of soldiers in the region. And that is the latest feature story news. Rebecca Bunzin reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, another hour just like that underway. Here we go. Where we leave off, I did a quick search there, and Eagle is 100% correct. I had not caught that. The election is less than 2 weeks away. All eyes on Arizona. An anticipated tight race across the board. In Maricopa County, they've already announced election officials asking for patience as the votes are tabulated, which could take 10 to 13 days because of the longer than typical ballots and the high interest in this year's election, according to the deputy election director. And I quote, "We do expect it'll take between 10 and 13 days to complete tabulation of all the ballots that come in. We ask for the community's patience. We want to make sure this is a secure process, but we also want to make sure it's an accurate process. The higher interest in the 24 election and the fact that the ballot is 2 pages, an average of 79 contests per ballot, is exactly why officials are encouraging people to vote early." According to Maricopa County Supervisor, more than 2.1 million votes are expected this year, and so far, 400,000 people have cast their ballots in Maricopa County. They said we are seeing a little bit of a lag of where we were in 2020, but the last few days, we've seen an uptick in turnout. So I'm expecting we'll start approaching very close to those 2020 numbers. Election officials are increasing staffing, adding more high-speed tabulators, and encouraging people to vote in person on Election Day rather than dropping off early ballots on Election Day to ensure a smooth, secure operation. If I have one message for voters today, it is this: that the longer ballots and the higher interest in the general election will create longer lines on Election Day, and that's okay. But if you want to save time and you want to avoid those lines, vote early, either in person or by mail. That'll save you time, they say, and it'll help us report more results on election night. 10 to 13 days, though? All right, Eagle, thanks for the heads up there. I know you had a few more things you wanted to touch on.
Yeah. That's the reason why we need, outlets like X, Steve, because you're not going to see that type of information on Facebook. They're not going to let you see that. Like I say, I was shocked when I heard that too about Arizona. And remember, Arizona is one of the states, I think that's a democratically run state. What a surprise. And that's one of the states that still has a border wide open. Still people still walking into the U.S. as we speak right now, Steve. There's somebody stepping right into Arizona. I told you the last time I went to Arizona 2 or 3 years ago, I drove through there, and they had the damn checkpoint shut down over there in Yuma, Arizona. I don't know, on Interstate 8, I don't know if it's open now or not, but last time I was in Arizona, I drove right through the damn checkpoint, nobody in the Border Patrol office, so it wouldn't shock me if it's still closed. So, like I say, Steve, there's going to be some dirty dealing going on, but what concerns me the most now, Steve, is there's some even more concerning news. Maybe you can check on this after I hang up with you. This guy here, I forgot what this guy's name is, this Democratic guy. Okay, even if Trump wins the election, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, because believe me, I'm Donald Trump. I damn sure want to see him get in, but unfortunately, there's other people who don't. And even if Donald Trump wins the election, Steve, this loser, I don't know what his name is. I really don't care what his name is. He said that the Democrats are not going to certify Donald Trump as officially winning the election due to the fact that he is has a felony and other pending lawsuits and criminal cases against him. And they're not going. This goes back into January when Donald Trump would officially take off. They're not going to sign the paperwork and documents to officially make him the president. Then it could be determined by the Supreme Court from what I'm hearing. And then if that doesn't solve anything, then they said that, I don't know how it goes, but I've heard bad things that the Democrats could determine who the damn president is, and we might end up with Kamala, even though we didn't vote for her. She might still get in as president if the Democrats, if they lose the election. They got a backup plan, unfortunately, and hopefully that backup plan won't work either. But these are some bad people, Steve. They really ought to be ashamed of themselves, because if I wanted to, like I've told you so many times, if I wanted to live in Russia or North Korea or China, I would move there. I live in the U.S. because I thought it was a free country. I thought we had free elections. I thought we had the right to determine who our president was. But apparently I'm wrong. Apparently the Democrats don't see it that way. They seem to feel as though they have the right to determine who your president is, even though you didn't vote for that person. You can clearly see what they did to good old Joe Biden. Kamala didn't receive one vote from the Democrats, but yet she's their nominee. So if they can do it to Joe Biden, unfortunately, Steve, if they can do it to Joe Biden, kick him in the rear end, I think they can do it. Well, they've already done it to Donald Trump. Will they do it to him? They did it to him in 2020. So it's not a matter of if they've already done it. So we got some scary things going on right now, Steve. All I can say is, like Donald Trump said, what people been doing the last couple of days, get out and vote early. They can't rig those votes. If you wait until the last minute, you're giving these people an opportunity to sabotage the election. The Republicans need to be hitting them polls in droves. As soon as they open up the election in your state, wherever you live at, you need to go vote and vote that day. Don't wait until November 5th, because if you wait until the last minute, you're doing exactly what the Democrats want you to do, and that gives them the opportunity to sabotage the election, and then you're going to end up with this loser, Kamala Harris, as your president, and there goes America will officially be down the drain, Steve, and it's a damn shame. So hopefully God will bless America, and he will allow it to have a fair election and put the rightful president in the White House who the people voted for. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, thanks for checking in this Thursday morning, Eagle. I know Philip's going to be checking in from Florida. Gilligan is on board, and it's 844-844-3388. Caught this past day. We talk often about things that are happening in the heavens above with Philip there. Word is the U.S. Space Force is tracking debris in space after a satellite manufactured by Boeing exploded earlier this week. According to the satellite's operator, the Intelsat 33E satellite, which was launched in 2016 and provides communications across Europe, Asia, and Africa, experienced an anomaly on Saturday, according to Intelsat. Attempts were made to work with Boeing and repair the satellite, but on Monday, the U.S. Space Force confirmed the satellite had exploded. The satellite's breakup left some customers without power or communication services. Intelsat said they're working with third-party providers to limit service interruption and is in communication with customers since the breakup. The U.S. Space Force is now tracking about 20 associated pieces of the satellite in space. Now, they said there are no immediate threats and routine assessments to ensure safety are ongoing. Russia's space agency said they had recorded more than 80 fragments of the destroyed satellite. Analysis of the piece's trajectory determined that the destruction of the satellite was instantaneous and high energy. Now, this, not good news for Boeing, as they're still under scrutiny for their manufacturing processes. Multiple issues on flights conducted by Boeing planes earlier this year. The manufacturer also facing whistleblower complaints, federal investigations, 2 astronauts that are stranded on the space station after an issue with the Starliner. Boeing reporting a third quarter loss of more than $6 billion this past morning. Earlier this month, the newly installed CEO said about 10% of the company's workforce will be cut. Tens of thousands of manufacturing employees, meanwhile, are currently on strike at Boeing. Morning, Philip.
Morning, buddy. How you all doing? Sounds like to me Boeing's back in the news there, huh? I didn't even hear that about that satellite.
And not in a good way, yes.
That's not cool, but you know, I think I'm here. I'm thinking might be feeling some thermal runaway there. You know what that word is, right, Steve? Maybe they had something going on with the batteries. You know, man, that's a pretty big deal. A lot of folks don't know it, but they track every piece of debris that's around the world, that's going around the world, whether it's working or not. But also, what kind of makes you wonder about this, Steve? Did you say the satellite controlled power?
It said communication, and the story said power was out to some. That doesn't make sense to me. It said the satellites break up, less some customers without power or communication services.
Well, you know, what's kind of funny is we have trying to restore things from a couple of storms, if you know what I mean, and you know, people are trying to get things back together, but a lot of folks don't know that they use satellites for monitoring systems, be it your power system or your Wi-Fi or anything like that is monitored as well. And I could see it happening if it was in a monitoring situation, you know, because that's the fail-safe is to shut the stuff down. A lot of people don't understand that, but that's the way it works in these companies, you know, that like Spectrum that services Cablevision and Wi-Fi to people. And obviously, you know, you got Duke Energy, you got Florida Power and Light down here, you got different folks that supply energy to, you know, power. They have to monitor all that stuff. And the thing about it is, Steve, it's we have got into the situation where we depend on technology. And that's this just proof in the pudding that we're showing we're dependent on technology, you know. So what do you think, Steve?
Right. That's. I'm just kind of curious. How does a satellite just explode like that? You thinking it might have been battery related when you said thermal runaway?
It could be a thermal runaway with a battery situation. There's a lot of different variables to it. I mean, satellites have fuel on them that turn them around. Like, say, for instance, you know, you have to keep something in a certain position at all times. Okay? So you have to have some kind of thruster or something that's going to maintain that position. It could have been something as simple as a fuel problem. It could have been a battery issue, you know. I was just using that in being in a comedical sense, but it could have been something like that. You never know, Steve. You know, who's to say our friends in Russia didn't hit it with a laser?
That's what I was kind of thinking, because we've got this whole space war thing. I mean, you know, there's talk of putting weapons in space, and China's got that stuff up there with the arm to be able to grab satellites. I don't know.
Yeah, it makes you wonder. It really does. I mean, there's a lot of things out there like that make you wonder what the heck is going on with this world, you know? We don't know how many satellites Russians got up there. Russia don't know how many satellites we got up there. We don't know how much stuff is up there for China. It was quite interesting, though, you talking about North Korea they talking about the North Korea sending those troops over to Russia. If you look at all the pictures of North Korea and China, and you see the pictures of them parading their missiles and their guys and all that stuff, a lot of that stuff is Russian designed and Russian backed. I mean, you can see it in their equipment. If you look at their armed forces and the way they, you know, all their machinery and all that, it's all Russian backed. That whole side of the world is together over there, you know, and they're all close proximity to each other. You know, it doesn't surprise me. I mean, I wonder if they're going to send anybody down to help China out in Taiwan.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody ever think about that, Steve? Because you think about it, the North Koreans, they're across the border from China. You know that's where they get all their stuff from. It goes from Russia to China, then to North Korea. And you can follow it. It's nothing that hasn't been, anybody can't research. So it brings a lot of question into what's going on. Pappy mentioned yesterday about that Israel doesn't have any heavy bombardment equipment. You know, like bombers, bunker busters, like Moab type stuff. I don't think it's a problem for them to get it from us or anybody. But they could do as much damage with one fighter jet and a few select missiles that heavy bombardment to any nuclear power facility. They can do it into a weapon making factory or anything like that. They could do it with any one of those. They have the most state-of-art fighter jets that you can get in the world over there, and they have all the licensing agreements to even build them. So something we got to watch. Makes you go home.
Yes,
hey,
sir.
Steve, did you see we're going to have possible activity back in the tropics again?
Yes. They're saying maybe sometime next week.
Well, you know, and I've seen this with when we had Helene, and next thing you know, Milton pulls up, and you know, the models are showing that something's going to form down there, and it's going to go kind of like northeast. And you know, there's a lot of speculation. I mean, there was speculation about South Florida. There was speculation about lower Caribbean, or, you know, the Caribbean over by Puerto Rico and Cuba. It's just one of those things we're going to have to sit back and wait. But I just hope, for the sake of the public, that these weather folks don't dramatize it. I mean, we need to pay attention to what's going on, don't get me wrong. But we don't need to make it where people go out and they do crazy stuff before the storm gets here. You know what I mean?
Right.
And that's what we've encountered a lot. I do think, in my personal opinion, that from what I'm seeing, there's a lot of models that are really aggressive. The GFS is really aggressive. The European model is not as aggressive. The European model is the one that they're really watching now because of Milton and what went on with Milton. And I think that it could come. You never know. It's just one of those sit back and wait things. But they say for the next 7 days, we're good to go. And we'll just sit back and watch it. But I tell you what, though, that thermal runaway stuff, I've been doing a lot of study on that, Steve, and watched some videos. That's some nasty stuff when those batteries go up. Have you seen any of those videos?
Yes. Incredible.
I mean, I'll just put it to you in perspective. You know, these Tesla cars that everybody loves. Now, I'm sure there's a lot of guys out there that have these battery drills, you know, the 20-volt drill.
Mm-hmm.
Those cars have the same batteries that you have in those drills. Those that, you know, go down the DeWalt drills or any of them. They have these same batteries. The difference is there's like thousands of them in a car compared of with a battery pack for a drill, there's only like 5 or 6. But when these things start doing this thermal runaway stuff and they start gassing out, they don't go from like battery to battery. They can go from a battery on one side of the case to another battery that's on the other side of the case. It doesn't go in one spot all the time. And eventually it spreads, and when it spreads, once you get the chain reaction happen, it doesn't stop. It keeps going, man. It's just like a wheel turning. You know, it just keeps on going, and it's pretty interesting stuff, to believe it or not. I've been studying it for the last couple of days, and since you mentioned it, and I did a lot of research on the car batteries and what they've been putting in them. And these batteries are all the same. It doesn't matter if it's Ford, it doesn't matter if it's Tesla, it doesn't matter if it's Nissan or any of them. It's just, they all run in the same kind of packs, you know, so just food for thought. Hopefully everybody thinks about things like, you know, sometimes we have to, and we'll just see how it plays off. So I know you're getting close to that news time, and I'm going to get going. And y'all have a good day.
All right, off and rolling. So aside from the satellite that exploded over the weekend, so I guess that's just additional, what they call space junk out there. I had the story from several days ago. I think I had actually printed this up just before we left out for the cruise. And I held on to that. And it was researchers from the orbital mapping firm known as Leo Labs raising alarm bells about the dangerous amount of space junk that's littering our planet's orbit that will inevitably create a catastrophe, they say. In an interview with Forbes, Leo Labs senior technical fellow Darren McKnight described the issue as a ticking time bomb, just waiting in the wings, with our planet veritably surrounded by almost 30,000 objects bigger than a softball, hurtling through space at extremely fast speeds. McKnight and his colleagues are looking for solutions to head off tragedy, but they may not be able to make it in time. This grim reality, according to Leo Labs' chief operating officer, means that collisions are not a question of if, but when. And you can't help but wonder if maybe that satellite was impacted by something the size of a softball going at thousands of miles per hour would, yes, make an instantaneous destruction. The risks to human life are considerable, they say. Regardless of the size of the piece of space debris, any size fragment above a few millimeters is lethal to astronauts. While no human lives have been lost to errant pieces of space debris so far, we've already seen some close calls. Case in point, damage done to the Canadarm2 robotic arm outside of the International Space Station, which had a hole ripped through it by a tiny piece of shrapnel in 2021. Now, they note that the highest parts of low Earth orbit are full of unknowns, thanks to both the U.S. and the former Soviet Union thrusting their spent rocket upper stages off into space and never reaching an agreement about cleaning it up.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Commonwealth leaders look set to agree to look into reparatory justice for the transatlantic slave trade despite UK opposition. The UK insists the issue is not on the agenda for the Commonwealth Heads of Government Summit in Samoa later this week, but diplomats are working on a summit communique which would include language on reparatory justice from countries such as Britain. The sale of disposable vapes in England will be banned from next June. The government says it's to reduce environmental damage and protect the health of children. One new study found around 1 million people in England vape without ever having smoked cigarettes. Critics claim vaping's helped millions of adults give up smoking and say a ban will lead to a black market which will put children at risk. Hazel Cheeseman, the chief executive of Action on Smoking and Health, says the ban is important despite uncertainties.
We don't particularly want to see people establishing an addiction that they could have for many years, and potentially the use of vapes over many years could be risky to health, although some of these things are yet to be fully quantified through the research.
North Korean troops are now in Russia, the United States has confirmed. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin told reporters there is evidence of soldiers in the region. Ukraine's military intelligence earlier said troops were expected in Russia to join Moscow's fight against Ukraine's incursion. From New York, Sally Patterson.
There may now be evidence of North Korean troops inside Russia, but what exactly they're doing in the region hasn't been confirmed. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says it would be a serious issue if North Korea's intention is to participate in this war on Russia's behalf. There's growing international concern over what could be a dramatic new step in Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Now, South Korean officials said on Wednesday that North Korea had sent 3,000 troops to Russia out of a promised 10,000 to be deployed by December.
Microsoft says Iranian Iranian hackers have conducted surveillance on US election-related websites and media outlets. The software companies warned it could be a prelude to direct influence operations with just under 2 weeks until the presidential election. Ira Spitzer reports.
In a blog post, Microsoft implicated an Iranian hacking group known as Cotton Sandstorm with scanning election-related websites in the U.S. looking for vulnerabilities, and warned the group could launch new influence operations imminently. The same hacking group, which is linked to Iran's powerful Revolutionary Guards Corps, has been accused of sending emails to U.S. voters in 2020, posing as members of the pro-Trump group the Proud Boys. Microsoft also accused Chinese and Russian hackers with other activities related to the U.S. elections. A spokesperson for Iran's mission to the UN called the latest allegations unfounded and wholly inadmissible.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
All right, back at it here. What do we have? Gilligan is on board. Thanks for hanging in there. Morning, Gilligan.
Good morning, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. Hey, I want to touch on this deal of Douglas attacking Rambler. Wasn't this the man that swore up and down we needed to vote for Robert Kennedy Jr.? You know, he was Robert Kennedy Jr.
No, that was Sundance. Sundance was actually the original.
Oh, the Sundance.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Okay. I've got him mixed up. But Douglas, think about this. If he's going to vote for Trump, he voted for the man that done away. Well, he didn't do away with it, but helped the Supreme Court together to do away with Roe v. Wade, which done nothing but took that power back to the states. Kamala Harris has went on the campaign trail and attacked Republicans, conservatives, Donald Trump, all of us, for not supporting a woman's right to, quote, choose. Women's rights, that's all you hear, women's rights. Well, they have a right to health care in as much as any other person. But a lot of us, myself included, I'm sure Rambler included, are against the murder of an innocent child for no other reason. Not because the woman's life is at risk, not because it's been a case of rape or incest, but all because the woman doesn't want the baby. No other reason. That's it. It's amazing how Douglas can just flip things around. Yes, Trump's got a checkered past. Yes, I don't particularly care for the person, but his policies has helped me and my family and millions of others because he does care about the working class, not just give it lip service. It's like I brought up the other night with the tax cuts Trump gave us, and which helped every working class, middle class, but person in the country because it cut our taxes. What did Joe Biden say he was going to do? Let them expire. So he's going to raise our taxes. She is the vice president, so she's as much at fault as he is. I mean, if she would say, hey, I disagree with that decision, then say so. But she will not do it. Well, it's like I've been hearing, Trump's showing up all over the place. He's doing online interviews and stuff like that. And Harris is pulling a Joe Biden and kind of hiding out in the basement, it seems like. Very limited exposure. And I guess they believe that's going to win her the election. But unfortunately, we've got a lot of uneducated people in this country. Now, they may have a degree. They may be, quote, highly educated, but they don't understand. They're indoctrinated. There is a big difference. Most of these people do not have common sense. In this industry, I've run into it. You got somebody behind the desk that thinks they know my job better than I do, but they've never drove a truck. I'm sure about every driver out there has run into that. They think they can drive a truck by a calculator. It's like, no, there's other things that come into factors. Weather, traffic, construction, and those sort of things, And nobody's perfect. I mean, everybody gets tired sometimes. Hey, I'd rather see a driver pull over and have the load there late than have it laying in a ditch. And a lot of times they don't think about that. Steve, I'm going to bring up two accidents. I sent one of them to you, but I don't think you caught the email. In the town of Front Royal, Virginia, which is about 15 minutes south of Winchester in our terminal there, I believe it was Monday. Unfortunately, we had a driver lose his life. He was run off the road by a van, and he went down beside the bridge. Those that know the area know where 66 crosses over US 522 and 340 there in Front Royal, and the driver burned up in the accident. It's a tragedy, I mean, it's unfortunately a part of this business. Those of us that do it know that there's always that risk. We may not be able to make it home. I've lost two friends to medical problems on the road. I mean, I've always heard, and I agree, a driver's worst nightmare is to die out on the road somewhere, whether it's an accident, a medical condition, or whatever. The one don't know what he died of because they just not really sure. The other one died of a massive heart attack, the two friends of mine. Now, up in the mountains near where I live, it was last week, we had a driver. I doubt hardly anybody's been on this road. But it's an area called Corridor H, or US 48. It goes back into the mountains towards Elkins. They've been working on this road and talking about this road for as long as I can remember. They've got a lot of it finished. It was originally going to go from I-81 to connect up with I-79. It was a more southern route to I-68, I-70/68. The driver run off the road, went down a 600-foot side of the mountain there, he was knocked out, but this is a very rural area, and I was thinking he'd have went to somebody's house, but I got to thinking the houses along that road, nobody lives in anymore. I remember people living in a couple of them, but it's out in the middle of nowhere. He walked a mile to an ambulance stop, the ambulance service, to get medical help after doing that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's a miracle the
Wow.
man was not seriously hurt. There's something else I'll bring up on that. Now, I don't know whether he knew this or not. If this is an area where you're not going to have a cell phone signal because it's so down deep in the mountains. But even if you do not have a signal on your cell phone, if there is a tower anywhere near there that it could pick up from any cell phone provider, you can use the 911 system. There, on back in them mountains, about another hour or so, there's a place called Greenbank Observatory. Some of the listeners are familiar with that one. It's where they have the electronic telescopes. In that valley, in or around there, there's also there's no satellite, there's no cell phone signal because it interferes with these satellite dishes. But you can still reach 911. You go up on the snowshoe ski resort on top of the mountain. There is no cell phone signal. There's no communications because it's near this Greenbank facility. Renegade did one of his shoots up there a few years ago. He said the media that showed up was going nuts because they could not communicate. There was no internet. There was nothing. The Dollar General in that valley, literally just a few miles from the Greenbank facility, couldn't put electric doors, the sliding glass doors in, because the eyes, they said, might affect them communications. Those instruments are so sensitive. But you're in that area, and I had this from a local, you can get 911 service. So guys out there, you got an emergency, you're out in the middle of nowhere, there's still a possibility you might still be able to use your cell phone for 911, which is a great thing for anybody, I would think. So, yeah. But anyway, Steve, that's about all I got. But Douglas, you just you can't see the forest for the trees, but that's nothing new. I hope everybody has a safe night and take care.
All right, good information, Gilligan. Thank you so much. All righty, so that clears things out at 844-844-3388. Well, after several years of criticism from state and federal lawmakers as well as transportation stakeholders, federal regulators, they tell us, are investigating Tesla's full self-driving feature as the manufacturer is poised to expand the automated system. Last Thursday, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration launched an investigation looking into Tesla's full self-driving feature, which allows the vehicle to take control of driving functions in limited conditions. With the feature optionally available in all Tesla models, beginning with model year 2016. Now, this investigation could affect more than 2.4 million vehicles. This investigation prompted by 4 reports of crashes involving Tesla's full self-driving feature. Back in 21, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration issued a standing general order requiring manufacturers to operate vehicles equipped with level 2 to 5 automated systems to report crashes that occur on public roads. Of the 4 cited by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration involving Tesla, 1 killed a pedestrian and another resulted in an injury. They say they will specifically look into the full self-driving feature's ability to respond to reduced roadway visibility, including sun glare, fog, airborne dust, Standing general order crash report data shows that cloudy conditions were present in two of the incidents, whereas a dust storm occurred in another. All but one occurred on a highway, and two of the Tesla cars crashed into a stopped vehicle. All four of these have taken place within the past year. It's not the first time Tesla's autonomous system's been under investigation. Back in 2021, they opened an investigation into the autopilot feature. After identifying 11 crashes into parked emergency vehicles, those crashes led to 17 injuries and 1 fatality. The investigation comes 1 week after Tesla's We Robot event, where CEO Elon Musk announced the company's plan to produce fully autonomous vehicles. No steering wheel, no pedals. The Robotaxi and Robovan will be level 5 autonomous vehicles. Currently, the highest level of automation commercially available is level 2, which includes full self-driving. Musk said production could begin as soon as 2026. In the meantime, they said they plan to expand the capabilities of the full self-driving feature in existing Model 3 and Model Y vehicles. Current versions of the feature are marketed as supervised. According to Tesla's website, drivers must use additional caution and remain attentive. Full self-driving does not make your vehicle autonomous. Do not become complacent. Despite the limitations of the existing Level 2 autonomous feature and a pending investigation questioning the efficacy of the system, Tesla plans to launch an unsupervised version of the software next year. And I state, quoting Elon Musk, we do expect actually to start fully autonomous, unsupervised, full self-driving in Texas and California next year. That was in an event he was speaking at on October the 10th.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, Fast Fuel Systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All right, so Amazon Prime members, according to the announcement this past day, will have a new benefit to help save when you're filling up the gas tank. Amazon announcing Wednesday they have purchased a fuel savings benefit, or brought rather, to their Prime membership that'll knock off 10 cents off each gallon of gas you purchase at about 7,000 stations around the country. The thousands of eligible gas stations where Prime members can make use of the perk, they say, will be all BP, Amoco, and AM/PM locations. The benefit requires Prime members to have an Earnify account. I'm not familiar with that. Earnify. I know the wife is, she's got the Prime membership thing. I think she's got it broken down where it's like a automatic monthly payment, $10, $12, something like that. And you have to have a link to your Amazon account. Amazon and Earnify each offer 5 cents a gallon to total 10 cents a gallon savings for Prime members. Inclusive of all fuel grades, no minimum or maximum number of gallons required. Using the discount at eligible gas stations will involve Prime members inputting your phone number or a linked payment method. The other option is via the Earnify app. We are constantly looking to add more value for Prime members, and maybe the broadest and most popular additional benefit that we could offer is fuel savings. We're excited to announce this to Prime members. Of course, the new benefit for Amazon Prime is that there has been a gas savings benefit available for quite some time for those belonging to the Walmart paid membership. Earnify, that's what you need to access Amazon Prime's gas savings perk, was rolled out by BP earlier this month. The company said at the time they were aiming to deliver a seamless, integrated, rewarding experience for users, both at the pump and in the store, with the Rewards app. So I guess it's kind of like, what your TA rewards, your Love's Travel rewards, those sort of things. You download the app. Nationwide, a gallon of regular right now at $3.15 a gallon on average, according to AAA. Now, that price represented a decline of over 1.6% compared to a month ago. Of course, we all recall the record high average price of $5.01 per gallon of regular back in mid-June of 2022. That was compliments of the pandemic at the time. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. I mentioned earlier Denny's restaurants. Several local Denny's. We used to have one just within a couple of miles, shut down years ago. And I guess the trend continues. The American institution known as Denny's will be closing 150 restaurants over the next year, reducing menu options and maybe changing that famous 24-hour-a-day operating schedules, announcing the closing in an earnings call Tuesday. They will close 50 locations by the end of this year, roughly a tenth of their 1,375 locations in the country. They said that underperforming restaurants have been weighing down on the overall bottom line. We are targeting underperforming restaurants, impacting the financial performance. The affected locations are either too old to be remodeled or in areas that have become unprofitable. Yeah, the chain, of course, best known for never closing the doors, also making a major concession with their franchisees over the requirement of remaining open 24/7. Since the pandemic, about 25% of their restaurants have not returned to those round-the-clock hours, and they're easing up on the requirement for a franchise to do that. So they join the trend of restaurants slashing hours, major shifts in consumer behavior, including earlier dining times, drinking less alcohol late into the evenings, have held back a return to pre-pandemic patterns. Of course, higher labor and food costs have led restaurants to close earlier. Denny's will be reducing their menu from what has been 97 items down to 46 items on the menu. Noting that adults apparently were ordering off the kids' menu to save money. This past June, the popular fish taco chain Rubio's Coastal Grill closing 48 locales in California, the rising cost of doing business. That was followed by the Hooters restaurant shutting down dozens of locations. Red Lobster closed over 100 locations. Yeah, the closures after we had reported recently, inflation under the Biden administration has caused fast food prices to soar. We all can identify with that. All right, rolling up on the midnight hour on the West Coast.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Commonwealth leaders look set to agree to look into reparatory justice for the transatlantic slave trade despite UK opposition. The UK insists the issue is not on the agenda for the Commonwealth Heads of Government Summit in Samoa later this week, but diplomats are working on a summit communique which would include language on reparatory justice from countries such as Britain. The sale of disposable vapes in England will be banned from next June. The government says it's to reduce environmental damage and protect the health of children. One new study found around 1 million people in England vape without ever having smoked cigarettes. Critics claim vaping's helped millions of adults give up smoking and say a ban will lead to a black market which will put children at risk. Hazel Cheeseman, the chief executive of Action on Smoking and Health, says the ban is important despite uncertainties.
We don't particularly want to see people establishing an addiction that they could have for many years, and potentially the use of vapes over many years could be risky to health, although some of these things are yet to be fully quantified through the research.
North Korean troops are now in Russia, the United States has confirmed. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin told reporters there is evidence of soldiers in the region. Ukraine's military intelligence earlier said troops were expected in Russia to join Moscow's fight against Ukraine's incursion. From New York, Sally Patterson.
There may now be evidence of North Korean troops inside Russia, but what exactly they're doing in the region hasn't been confirmed. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says it would be a serious issue if North Korea's intention is to participate in this war on Russia's behalf. There's growing international concern over what could be a dramatic new step in Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Now, South Korean officials said on Wednesday that North Korea had sent 3,000 troops to Russia out of a promised 10,000 to be deployed by December.
Microsoft says Iranian hackers have conducted surveillance on US election-related websites and media outlets. The software companies warned it could be a prelude to direct influence operations with just under 2 weeks until the presidential election. Ira Spitzer reports.
In a blog post, Microsoft implicated an Iranian hacking group known as Cotton Sandstorm with scanning election-related websites in the U.S. looking for vulnerabilities, and warned the group could launch new influence operations imminently. The same hacking group, which is linked to Iran's powerful Revolutionary Guards Corps, has been accused of sending emails to U.S. voters in 2020, posing as members of the pro-Trump group the Proud Boys. Microsoft also accused Chinese and Russian hackers with other activities related to the U.S. elections. A spokesperson for Iran's mission to the UN called the latest allegations unfounded and wholly inadmissible.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today in more detail at the BRICS summit hosted in Kazan by Russian President Vladimir Putin. It brought together the leaders of Brazil, China, India, South Africa and Russia, plus, controversially, the United Nations Secretary-General Antonio Guterres, his presence infuriating the Ukrainians. But what to make of the influence of BRICS on the world stage? David Lubin is a senior research fellow at Chatham House in London.
I mean, the BRICS as an organization and many, many countries in the developing world and in the global south are much more sympathetic with Moscow's position than many countries in the G7 would like them to be. But in a way, BRICS is operating within a slightly different universe away from the war in Ukraine. The only issue on which all of the BRICS members can really agree is about their common desire to reduce the importance of the dollar in the international monetary system. And so it's not really, understanding BRICS is best not sort of understood in the context of geopolitical, armed conflict. It's better understood in the context of a sort of more narrow desire to kind of move beyond what's called dollar dominance.
And those governments attending the BRICS summit in Russia this year represent 45% of the world's population. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
To recap the top stories, Commonwealth leaders are set to agree to look into reparatory justice for the transatlantic slave trade, despite UK opposition. The sale of disposable vapes in England will be banned from next June. North Korean troops are now in Russia, according to the United States, and Microsoft says Iranian hackers have conducted surveillance on US election-related websites and media outlets. That's the latest feature story news. Ollie Barrett reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start.
Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
This is a gentleman by the name of Bruce Guthrie, who writes for the Trucker publication. Wrote an interesting commentary piece this past day, kind of rolling the trucking industry and the upcoming election all together. Bruce says, back in the 1800s, the term silly season was used to describe times when the newspapers, for a lack of any major events, focused on trivial or frivolous matters. Eventually, the phrase was applied to any time marked by frivolous, outlandish, or illogical activity or behavior, according to Merriam-Webster. This year's election campaigns might be viewed by some pundits as outlandish. Although, truthfully, there's nothing humorous when we think about the future of this nation. Regardless, there's no denying that campaigns have been marked by never-before-seen activities and occurrences. Historic events, the last-minute resignation from his re-election by an incumbent president, assassination attempts on a former president and current candidate, not to mention the possibility of the first woman, and one of black and Indian descent, at that, to occupy the Oval Office. All these are history-making events. The trucking business remains focused on the crucial issues that are critical to this industry. Emissions regulations, truck parking, nuclear verdicts, and drug testing, just to name a few. According to most, including Richard Sullivan, who was a partner with the lobbying firm of State Federal Strategies, the issues that are top of mind for trucking are compliance with emission laws, how to keep drivers safe while parking, according to mandates issued by the Environmental Protection Agency by 2032 that 40% of all heavy-duty trucks must be zero emissions. Sullivan said he believes a Harris administration will not only keep those standards, but might make them even more stringent, which could influence corporate trucking entities to favor a Donald Trump presidency. As the emissions battle continues, engine manufacturers are working to provide alternatives to the much touted and much maligned battery electric option. Several motor carriers have adopted battery electric Class 8 vehicles for specialized use, like drayage or local routes. The cost of converting the nation's entire fleet is staggering. But wait, the internal combustion engine may yet prove to be a solution. Engine manufacturers and fuel experts have made great strides in developing internal combustion engines fueled by renewable natural gas. The issue of finding safe, affordable parking continues to plague the industry, even as consumers continue to buy goods that have to be transported across the country. We live in an Amazon society. If you go to any apartment complex in D.C., you'll see packages in the pickup lobby. How do you think they got there? Of course, by truck. And the number of trucks on the highways, as they increase, so does the need for parking. Back in June, leaders in Congress announced the $200 million of transportation appropriations funds for truck parking. Now, in providing those grants, the DOT must determine several criteria: that there is a shortage of commercial vehicle parking capacity in the corridor which the project is located. Number two, that the eligible entity has consulted with carriers, commercial vehicle drivers, public safety officials, and private providers of commercial parking regarding the project. That the project will likely increase the availability or utilization of commercial vehicle parking, facilitate the efficient movement of freight, or improve highway safety, congestion, and air quality. And lastly, that the eligible entity has demonstrated the ability to provide for the maintenance and operation of the facility. According to a DOT study, 98% of truck drivers say they regularly experience problems locating safe parking. The American Transportation Research Institute revealed that the average driver sacrifices 56 minutes of drive time per day in search of a parking space. $7,000 plus in lost wages annually. Now, this new investment in truck parking would build on the progress that's been made through the infrastructure law that has already allocated funding to build roughly 2,000 truck parking spaces. All right, the bill also would prevent the Federal Highway Administration from moving forward with its proposal to impose greenhouse gas emissions performance measures on state departments of transportation and metropolitan planning organizations. Additionally, the bill would prohibit the implementation of any congestion truck-only tolling programs like the one planned by New York City that at the moment has been indefinitely suspended. How will the next presidential administration impact trucking, he says? Time will tell, but for the most part, the trucking industry remains bipartisan, focusing on the issues that truly matter to trucking. Meanwhile, the pollster known as Nate Silver, supposedly this guy's a really in-the-know kind of guy, right? Revealing that he would vote for Vice President Kamala Harris on November 5, but his gut is telling him former President Trump will win. Silver set the scene in his opinion piece by noting that several battleground states have Trump and Harris neck and neck, but those numbers don't seem to satisfy observers who, he said, often ask him for a straight answer. To which he wrote in the New York Times this past day, "Okay, I'll tell you. My gut says Donald Trump, and my guess is that is true for many anxious Democrats." His intuition, partly driven by the notion of non-response bias. Pollsters are not reaching enough Trump supporters. Non-response bias can be a hard problem to solve, he says. Response rates to even the best telephone polls are in the single digits. In some sense, the people who choose to respond to polls are unusual. Trump supporters often have lower civic engagement and social trust. They'll be less inclined to complete a survey from a news organization. Pollsters are trying to correct for this problem with increasingly aggressive data messaging techniques, like weighing by educational attainment. College-educated voters are more likely to respond to surveys, or even by how people say they voted in the past. There's no guarantee any of that will work, he says. Silver doesn't leave Democrats without any hope, though. He suggests there is a way that Harris can beat the polls. A surprise in polling that underestimates Ms. Harris isn't necessarily less likely than one for Mr. Trump. On average, polls miss by 3 or 4 points. If Ms. Harris does that, she'll win by the largest margin in both the popular vote and electoral college since Mr. Obama back in 2008. But he recently highlighted data appears to be pretty negative for Harris. There are now 3 recent high-quality national polls that show Donald Trump leading, a difficult circumstance for Kamala, given Democrats' electoral college disadvantage and her edge in our national polling down to 1.7 points. National polls don't influence the model that much. The race remains basically a toss-up, but it's not hard to think of reasons that Trump could win. He referenced a recent Fox News poll, which shows Trump ahead of Harris in the presidential contest, 50% to 48%, which was a reversal from a previous month Fox News poll where Harris had a narrow edge. He also cited the tip tracking poll, which shows Trump overtaking Harris by a 2-point lead, 49 to 47. And we've been saying for years, these polls, how much confidence can you put in the polls? They've been wrong more than they've been right in the last several election cycles. Eagle joins us once again here. Wanted to talk a little about NASCAR and some of the stuff going on in trucking. Welcome back.
Yeah, Steve. I got some things going on with NASCAR. Your guy talked about it last night. The guy from Memphis, what's his name?
Brain Dead, yeah.
Oh, Brain Dead, yeah. Yeah, he said some things. Yeah, NASCAR, Steve, is slowly but surely going away. They basically took themselves out of the business. NASCAR, they costing themselves a lot of fans with the rules and regulations. They recently disqualified a car, for being too low after I think it was Talladega race. It cost the guy a playoff chance. These sponsors put millions and millions of dollars into these cars that had a name and logo on these cars, and then they to be disqualified and not even have your name in the playoffs. It's ridiculous. They got too many rules. Like I say, it's NASCAR has turned into basically what it was back, when Earnhardt was running all the IROC racing cars. They all the same car. You can't make no moves. All the cars look the same, drive the same. They've taken all the fun out of the sport. And then when drivers try to have an altercation or get involved in fist fights or arguments, NASCAR wants to step in and find people. So, they took the whole deal. When Earnhardt was running, they called him intimidator for a reason, because he got the job done on the track and he put people in the stands, and they don't have no guy like that right now. There's nobody in NASCAR there'll probably never be a guy like that can put people in the stands just by his name, because they've taken all the fun out of racing, with the rivalries between drivers and stuff. So it's a dying sport, and then they bringing in all these other companies. Like I say, I'm 100% American, Steve. I wasn't happy when they brought Toyota in, and I damn sure ain't happy about them bringing Honda in. So I think that's another thing that's hurting them is when they decided to go with these foreign autos, Toyota and now Honda. I think they got to remember where NASCAR came from in the South, and North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama. These people were raised up. The true NASCAR were raised up on Ford and Chevrolet and Pontiac, American cars. That's what NASCAR got started. What is Richard Petty, Dodge? These are American vehicles, and this is now the sport is changed way too much, and people, the pure American people are not supporting it like they used to, and I don't blame them. Only races I really watch now, Steve, is the Talladega and the Daytona, and occasionally the road courses. But other than that, I'm not tuning in. If there's a choice between on a Sunday afternoon, Steve, and I'm pretty sure other people are making the same deal. If there's a NASCAR race on Sunday and and a NFL football game on at the same time, my television is going to be on the NFL football game. And it used to didn't be that way, like when Earnhardt was racing, when I would be tuning in to NASCAR. I watch a NASCAR race before I watch an NFL game. So they lost a lot of people, and I don't think they can ever get it back because they've done too much to hurt the sport. Now, I want to talk about the trucking industry, Steve. I told you this a couple of months ago. Like I said, we got to have a change. Hopefully, in the next 2 weeks we'll have that change. But the trucking industry is slowly but surely dissipating. When I started driving over 25 years ago, back in 99, 2000, when I started, there was a whole lot of trucking companies on the road running trucks, running loads, and there's not as many truck companies out there as there used to be, and there damn sure ain't as many owner-operators out there as there used to be. I used to get passed all the time, by owner-operator trucks, and I don't have too many owner-operators passing me up now. A lot of them guys are out of business, Steve. A lot of their trucks are parked, like Monkey Gouger. I know you haven't heard it for him in a while, and a lot of these, it's hard to earn a living. Monkey Gouger, I know he's a owner operator. It's hard to earn a living now by having your own truck with the fuel being sky high, the insurance, and other things. So they basically don't put the owner operator out of business in the trucking industry, and it's down to the company trucks, and even that's going down the drain, Steve. You pull into a truck stop. When I first started driving, you couldn't buy a parking space at a truck stop. You pull into a truck stop now, and the parking lot is full. You can't even find, even in the daytime. At least back in the old days, you could at least find a parking space in the daytime. Now you go to a truck stop 12, 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, it's already full because guys ain't even left that same damn truck. It's been sitting there just waiting for another load. Still ain't no freight to haul. Either they waiting for something that pays a decent amount of money to even leave the damn truck stop. So it's affected a lot of people. With trucks sitting idle and just sitting in the truck stop waiting on loads. And then when you do get to these places, the shippers and the receivers, they treat you like garbage. They do business the wrong way. If you show up late for a load, you the bad guy. They might tell you that you got to get rescheduled for the next day, or they put you at the end of the list. And then if you show up early, they got the nerve to tell you that you can't come in early. Mm-hmm. But if you show up, if they give you a 5 o'clock appointment and you show up at 1 or 2 o'clock, they'll tell you, no, you got to come back. And by the way, you can't park on our property while you're waiting either. Go find somewhere else to park. And then you pull back in and get unloaded. They already don't used up your 14-hour clock. By the time them losers get you unloaded, and then they got the nerve to tell you can't sleep on their property. So then you got to drive illegally trying to find a truck stop or a rest area or somewhere to park your truck, which is very hard to do in some parts of the country, and especially on the East Coast, on the 95, 81 area, hard to find a parking space. So it's slowly but surely, and then this new breed of truckers that we got out here, they just do what they want to do. They sleep on I've seen a guy the other night sleep on the fuel lane. He pulled a trash bucket and put it in front of the fuel pump. He don't care who he inconvenienced, parked his truck behind the trash bucket. When I walked out, I went to the restroom at 10 o'clock that night. When I went back, when I pulled out of the truck stop at 7 o'clock, the next morning that truck was still parked there on the fuel lane. He don't care who he inconvenienced. That pump was working. That pump was anybody. He was costing that truck stop money. He parked that truck in that damn fuel lane all night long. And so other people couldn't fuel up, but they don't care. And then, they block the driveway. You pull into a truck stop sometimes, Steve, and you can't even get in the parking lot. They got trucks parked everywhere. They don't, guys, they'll pull their brakes and go to sleep right in the middle of the parking lot. I seen a guy when I was in Little Rock, Arkansas the other day, a truck parked right in the middle of the driveway. I know there wasn't no parking in the truck stop, but that don't mean you park in the driveway and inconvenience other people. 7 o'clock in the morning when I pulled out, that truck was still parked there in the driveway. So you got this new breed of driver that don't care about nobody but themselves, Steve, and it's affecting the trucking industry slowly but surely, going downhill. It's a dying breed now, and like I said, I'm seeing less and less truck traffic on the road like I used to. I don't see as many trucks rolling like I used to, and I thought trucking. You know something, Steve? That's the reason why I got in trucking 25 years ago. They always told me when I was a kid, be a truck driver because you'll always have a job. You don't never have to worry about getting laid off or losing your job. Well, I got bad. That's changed too. Now you got companies like you just gave an update yesterday where companies are going out of business. And then while the guy's on the road, then you got to find a way to get back home.
Yep.
You got to get a Greyhound bus back to his house, and they tell you to to bring the truck back to the terminal, and you on your own. So that's even happening now, where guys are being stranded on the road. The company don't even give you no damn notice. I think you talked about that. They just go out of business, and you don't even know what's going on. You driving down the road, and next thing you know, they give you a call and say your company is no longer in business, and figure out a way to get home. So it's really sad what's going to happen in the trucking industry, and hopefully it'll bounce back when Trump get back in. But right now, if Kamala gets in 4 years, Steve, there may not be no trucking industry. I don't know how they're going to transport these goods, but it don't seem like Kamala and the Democrats are concerned about that. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, Eagle, thank you much. On a roll there, yep, double duty. The fallout from the demise of Yellow continues to unfold. Knight-Swift Transportation Holdings has its sights set on rapidly building out its LTL network. Part of that strategy means adding more doors to fill service area gaps. With their recent acquisition of Dependable Highway Express, operations in Arizona, California, Nevada, reviewing the remaining 112 terminals that are still for sale from the bankrupt Yellow Corporation is a priority, they tell us. There may be some properties in the Southwest that may be more interesting to us today. Yeah, we'll see if we can find something that works, and we'll get it for the right price. Miller was among several trucking and logistics executives who spoke at the conference in Chicago discussing opportunities and business shifts in the LTL segment following Yellow's shutdown. A. Dewey Pyle is also examining the remaining terminals that were not sold during last year's auction. They acquired 4 terminals last year and was among more than 20 successful bidders seeking to add doors. More to come after this.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Commonwealth leaders look set to agree to look into reparatory justice for the transatlantic slave trade despite UK opposition. The UK insists the issue is not on the agenda for the Commonwealth Heads of Government Summit in Samoa later this week, but diplomats are working on a summit communique which would include language on reparatory justice from countries such as Britain. The sale of disposable vapes in England will be banned from next June. The government says it's to reduce environmental damage and protect the health of children. One new study found around 1 million people in England vape without ever having smoked cigarettes. Critics claim vaping's helped millions of adults give up smoking and say a ban will lead to a black market which will put children at risk. Hazel Cheeseman, the chief executive of Action on Smoking and Health, says the ban is important despite uncertainties.
We don't particularly want to see people establishing an addiction that they could have for many years, and potentially the use of vapes over many years could be risky to health, although some of these things are yet to be fully quantified through the research.
North Korean troops are now in Russia, the United States has confirmed. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin told reporters there is evidence of soldiers in the region. Ukraine's military intelligence earlier said troops were expected in Russia to join Moscow's fight against Ukraine's incursion. From New York, Sally Patterson.
There may now be evidence of North Korean troops inside Russia, but but what exactly they're doing in the region hasn't been confirmed. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says it would be a serious issue if North Korea's intention is to participate in this war on Russia's behalf. There's growing international concern over what could be a dramatic new step in Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Now, South Korean officials said on Wednesday that North Korea had sent 3,000 troops to Russia out of a promised 10,000 to be deployed by December.
Microsoft says Iranian hackers have conducted surveillance on US election-related websites and media outlets. The software companies warned it could be a prelude to direct influence operations with just under 2 weeks until the presidential election. Ira Spitzer reports.
In a blog post, Microsoft implicated an Iranian hacking group known as Cotton Sandstorm with scanning election-related websites in the U.S. looking for vulnerabilities and warned the group could launch new influence operations imminently. The same hacking group, which is linked to Iran's powerful Revolutionary Guards Corps, has been accused of sending emails to U.S. voters in 2020, posing as members of the pro-Trump group, the Proud Boys. Microsoft also accused Chinese and Russian hackers with other activities related to the U.S. elections. A spokesperson for Iran's mission to the UN called the latest allegations unfounded and wholly inadmissible.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
Back at it here. Good morning to Kojak. Checking in. Glad to have you back, Steve. It was a long week without you. Heading to Dayton for one stop, then it's over to Richmond, Indiana for a back haul to Nicholasville, Kentucky. Everybody stay safe out there. Well, there's Dirty Harry, who he likes to say, gooder morning. Gooder morning to you. Said, I'm just checking in. I hope you're having fun. In conclusion, my hair is falling out. Yeah, back to the treatments, right? Continue the fight there, Dirty Harry. We're thinking about you. Rick in Columbus on board. Coffee up. Good morning. Go Buckeyes. We left off there talking about the remaining 112 terminals around the country following the demise of Yellow. A. Dewey Pyle acquired 4 terminals last year among 20 successful bidders who were looking to add doors in strategic locations near major population centers and highways. Doors are the key to our success in providing high levels of service to our customers. But at the end of the day, if you don't have the yard space or the technology or the door capacity, you become very ineffective. Those inefficiencies drive up the cost. Then there was XPO, which spent $870 million on more than 24 Yellow properties, stating they do not plan to buy any of the remaining pieces of real estate. XPO and others have gradually reopened their acquired terminals in recent months. And while they said they are adding more doors makes sense, they're focused on the ones that they've already acquired. How do you leverage all the assets more effectively? That's what our focus really is right now. Interested parties, non-binding written bids of interest in the remaining terminals were opened on the 1st of October. The goal of selling all the properties by January. Scooter Sayers, the founder of Sayers Logistics and a sales exec for Cubiscan, said interest remains in whatever's available, although buyers are going to be very selective. It's not just a capacity plan. I think that's a big part of this. It's the efficiencies that they're gaining by being able to have the terminals in the right spot, the doors in the right spot. Meanwhile, Roadrunner saw an opportunity when they acquired one of Yellow's Atlanta terminals in the bankruptcy action, which allowed them to expand their LTL service network to the southeast. The executive chairman and CEO of Roadrunner said his company's sole auction purchase was an investment for the future. He recognizes the growth potential the current weak freight market means. It's going to take time, though, before that purchase will actually yield any dividends. 112 properties still remain, though. All right, rolling into Thursday, closing out a hump day. Let me see. Horse Feathers had a 4 a.m. start this past day. I'm assuming that may be the case this morning, but spoke to him after the program this past day. He's talking about the kickoff of the next year's Mother's Day Make-A-Wish convoy, which, in case you had missed it, it will actually be taking place on the day before Mother's Day. It'll be a Saturday. After all these years of being on Mother's Day Direct, I guess they came to the conclusion that a lot of people want to be with their moms on Mother's Day. And for some, participating in the convoy may obviously take away from that. So they've shifted it to the Saturday before for next year's convoy. But he had received a handwritten note, which quite obviously appears to be from the parent of one of those wish children who had been granted a wish, which reads, "Dear Will," it's got his full name, "thank you for supporting Make-A-Wish. We cannot express how thankful we are for our community and the trip of a lifetime to Disney. Our daughter was told about her Make-A-Wish while she was receiving treatment at CHOP. I'm not sure which hospital that is, but she was able to start dreaming, and this gave her some hope and strength. She got to ride in a limo, sit in the pilot's seat, rode as many rides as she could, and just spent time being a kid. Thank you." And it was signed Kayla. And I guess the reason he kind of shared that and wanted to share that with the audience is that is what the Make-A-Wish Foundation is all about. When they're raising those funds for the kids, many of them have terminal illnesses. realizing it's just a matter of time. It may be months. It may be, in some cases, years. Some of them, and it's not that they're all terminal. Some of them may recover. But it's about giving them something, whatever it might be, whatever their wish might be, while they still have time here. And he wanted to say thank you, very grateful for all those who have donated over the years. And he thanked me again for Big Ed kind of kicking off his campaign this year with that donation on the cruise there. Yeah, thanks to me and Big Ed, you scoundrel. About 20 before the hour. It is 844-844-3388. Kind of updating. We've been talking about a number of states that have jumped on this Green New Deal bandwagon, following the likes of California and adopting California, their Advanced Clean Truck Act. This rule kicks in by the year 2027. New York is one of those states that is on the bandwagon. We've shared in the past how this may be a move that will radically disrupt the trucking industry as a whole. Be careful what you wish for. There's that old unintended consequences scenario. With 11 states joining California, including New York, late last week, the Trucking Association of New York held an online meeting for the sole purpose of calling for an immediate delay of this regulation. A rule that the association president, Kendra Thompson, said held severe consequences for the trucking industry and all the businesses and residents who rely on it. It started in California. It's been given ownership to most entities that refer to it. California implemented the regulation this year, approved by the Air Resources Board in March of 21. It requires medium and heavy-duty vehicle manufacturers to sell zero-emission vehicles at an increasing percentage of their sales starting next year, or actually this year, 2024, to the year 2035, ultimately transitioning to only zero-emission vehicle sales in the state of California by 2036. We stand in support of creating jobs, supporting the economy, driving safety, delivering a sustainable future for our members, was the word from Thompson. Unfortunately, this regulation will threaten our progress that we've been making as it relates to environmental initiatives. While voicing staunch opposition to the Act rule, we do support the transition to zero-emission vehicles. As an industry, we've worked closely with our government partners for years to reduce emissions from heavy-duty trucks. As a result, the industry has seen tremendous achievements, reducing pollutants by nearly 99%. In fact, it would take 60 of today's trucks to generate the same level of nitrous oxide and soot emissions that was coming from a single truck in 1988. That's not enough. She also pointed out was that the trucking has also virtually phased out harmful sulfur in the diesel fuel, practically eliminated sulfur oxide emissions, and significantly reducing fine particulate matter from trucks, improving the air quality, well-being, and livability in all of our communities. This came from working together, not only adopting overly aggressive mandates that create significant economic burdens, and ignoring the challenges that still face the industry. The Advanced Clean Truck Regulation requires manufacturers to sell a percentage of their total sales in New York State as zero-emission vehicles starting in 2025. Like California, increasing those percentages through 2035. In order to meet the percentage requirements, the sales of internal combustion vehicles will be reduced. So to put this in perspective, on average, there are 4,000 Class 8 trucks registered annually in the state of New York starting in 2025. 7% of those will need to be zero emissions. That equates to 280 zero-emission trucks in order to support the total number of trucks sold. To date, less than 40 Class 7 or 8 zero-emission trucks have been registered in the state. There are big-time barriers in New York that make it nearly impossible to operate these vehicles. Two of the most significant are the lack of charging infrastructure. We do not have infrastructure in the state of New York to support the use of these vehicles. The average range of use on a heavy-duty electric truck is about 280 miles. Since the rule was adopted in 2021, New York has not installed a single publicly available heavy-duty charger, not one. She pointed out that the state of New York is no further ahead in building out charging infrastructure than we were 4 years ago when we adopted this rule. Cost prohibition, comparing a new clean diesel commercial truck between $180,000 and $200,000 opposed to the price of an electric truck at nearly $500,000. These are just two of the challenges alone between the lack of infrastructure and the cost of the equipment. We know that our trucking companies will not buy or invest their money in these trucks that they cannot use. According to the ACT regulation fact sheet, the rule mandates that above zero-emission vehicle sales percentages for all vehicle manufacturers that sell 500 or more vehicles per year in California. That requires vehicle manufacturers to report the number of vehicles they sell within California each year is structured as a credit and deficit accounting system. You accrue deficits based on the total number of on-road heavy-duty vehicle sales within California beginning with model year 2024. Now, those deficits have to be offset with credits generated by the sale of zero-emission vehicles or near zero-emission vehicles. This is going to put a mandate on our dealers in New York to try to sell vehicles to an industry that has limited applications for their use. It is going to be impossible to meet the goals. It's not that they don't want to comply. They simply cannot comply. It is not good policy. It's, quite frankly, irresponsible and will only serve to hurt our businesses in the state of New York. So along with, California started this, and starting next year, Massachusetts, New Jersey, New York, Oregon, and Washington State jump on board, followed by Vermont in 2026, Colorado in 27, as well as Connecticut, New Mexico, Rhode Island, and Maryland, where they've got a draft rule language released to start as well in 2027. Be careful what you wish for, folks. They're going to screw this up royally, trust me. What's happening, Pappy?
What up, Steve? Trying to get some last-minute computer stuff done here. Hey, real quick, I'll get off here. I'll probably maybe have more time tomorrow night to talk about it. But we talk about red flag events, right?
Yes, sir.
Something that happens, somebody gets blamed for it. Turns out that person or the people getting blamed for it are not the ones that caused it, even if it caused something at all. The old Jesse Smollett incident, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Big red flag incident. Listen, what Eagle talked about earlier, there's a lot of chatter going around now, not just from Mr. Alex Jones. You touched on it last night for a minute that, what was it, Michigan said, hey, we might not be able to tell the winner for 10 hours till the next day. Now Arizona's coming out saying it might be a week or 10 days. Steve, apparently they are going to try to postpone
the announcement of the winner of this election. And as a result, there are going to be, let's say, some people causing a disturbance as a result. And they're going to blame it on people wearing red hats. You follow me?
Absolutely.
So we'll see what happens here.
Pappy, first thing that comes to my mind is, and we kind of alluded to this even in the 2020 election, with the passage of time, those that are counting know who's ahead and who's behind, and if you can stall for enough time, you know how we need another 400,000 ballots to take care of this, to cover the deficit, and magically things can happen.
Yes, sir. And not only that, even if they know they're losing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Say they know they lose. Say they know that they can't even forge enough votes to win it. If they prolong it long enough and make it seem like MAGA supporters are out here creating another January 6th, you follow me?
Yes.
Even though it might be Antifa getting paid to do it and not MAGA supporters.
Hey, did we not just heard in the news there at the top of the hour last hour that the Chinese hackers, taking Chinese hackers posing as, quote, Proud Boys here in the U.S.?
Steve, one thing is for sure, and take this to the bank. Anything you hear, and we've been saying this for a year, anything you hear out of the mainstream media is a lie. And probably the complete opposite of what they are saying. Anything they are accusing us of, or the conservative or the MAGA crowd or anybody else accusing somebody of, they are doing the exact same thing. It's straight out of the book of Saul Alinsky, how to take over the country. So I we've been saying for a long time, expect shenanigans. I mean, big time shenanigans this time. Steve, just take it to the bank, and they will do whatever they need to do to keep this man from getting into the White House on January 20th. And I've said it before, what are they capable and what are they willing to do?
Yeah.
You can think of the worst, and Steve, I would not put it past them. Everything that's going on worldwide. I sent you that clip from the Washington Post, that Lewinsky, Monica Lewinsky over there in Ukraine was talking about, we're going to get nukes if you don't let us into NATO. All this nuclear war talk, it's just crazy. So hopefully, if we all pray real hard that this deep state, New World Order, globalist elitist might decide not to pull the trigger and stand down and try to induce their ideology on us another time. But I got a feeling it's like Israel right now.
Yep.
They got Hamas and everybody on their heels. It's now or never to finally take care of business over there. And I'm thinking, Steve, these global elites are like, it's either now or never. that they're not going to stand down. I don't know. We'll see what happens, but the more I get on this, I'll let you know. And we'll see what happens after Election Day. Keep an eye on the chatter about other states coming out saying, yeah, it's going to take us a couple days or a week, 10 days. Then after 10 days, we still need more time. Meanwhile, Molotov cocktails are getting thrown.
Yeah. How in the hell Arizona can already be saying it's going to take 10 to 13 days? I mean, there's a premeditated something going on there. That's just not right. I mean, in 2020, for as much issues that other states were having, the state of Ohio, by 10 p.m., the state of Ohio had already called for Donald Trump. What is so much different here? Versus some of these other states. Makes no sense at all. And he brought up Israel, and of course that top secret leak this past weekend. The fallout. Israel's ambassador this past day said that leak of Israeli plans to strike Iran by U.S. intelligence could cause, in his words, deep trouble for the relationship between the U.S. and Israel. The Pentagon and the FBI said they're investigating, but the Israeli ambassador spoke on the National Report. He said, historically, the relationship between the security establishments of the U.S. and Israel have always been extremely intimate. The U.S. has been Israel's greatest ally and partner. The U.S. knows basically almost everything they need to know on the political level, meaning the political elected official level, which is a different kind of relationship. The big question in this case is whether this was an institutional leak or was this maybe some disgruntled employee who hates Israel and wants Israel to lose in that war. If this leak was done by a lone employee acting on their own, the damage done to the U.S.-Israel relationship could be repaired. But if it was an institutional leak, then we are in deep trouble, as he put it. It is 844-844-3388.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Commonwealth leaders look set to agree to look into reparatory justice for the transatlantic slave trade despite UK opposition. The UK insists the issue is not on the agenda for the Commonwealth Heads of Government Summit in Samoa later this week, but diplomats are working on a summit communiqué which would include language on reparatory justice from countries such as Britain. The sale of disposable vapes in England will be banned from next June. The government says it's to reduce environmental damage and protect the health of children. One new study found around 1 million people in England vape without ever having smoked cigarettes. Critics claim vaping's helped millions of adults give up smoking and say a ban will lead to a black market which will put children at risk. Hazel Cheeseman, the chief executive of Action on Smoking and Health, says the ban is important despite uncertainties.
We don't particularly want to see people establishing an addiction that they could have for many years, and potentially the use of vapes over many years could be risky to health, although some of these things are yet to be fully quantified through the research.
North Korean troops are now in Russia, the United States has confirmed. Defence Secretary Lloyd Austin told reporters there is evidence of soldiers in the region. Ukraine's military intelligence earlier said troops were expected in Russia to join Moscow's fight against Ukraine's incursion. From New York, Sally Patterson.
There may now be evidence of North Korean troops inside Russia, but what exactly they're doing in the region hasn't been confirmed. Defence Secretary Lloyd Austin says it would be a serious issue if North Korea's intention is to participate in this war on Russia's behalf. There's growing international concern over what could be a dramatic new step in Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Now, South Korean officials said on Wednesday that North Korea had sent 3,000 troops to Russia out of a promised 10,000 to be deployed by December.
Microsoft says Iranian hackers have conducted surveillance on US election-related websites and media outlets. The software companies warned it could be a prelude to direct influence operations with just under 2 weeks until the presidential election. Ira Spitzer reports.
In a blog post, Microsoft implicated an Iranian hacking group known as Cotton Sandstorm with scanning election-related websites in the U.S. looking for vulnerabilities and warned the group could launch new influence operations imminently. The same hacking group, which is linked to Iran's powerful Revolutionary Guards Corps, has been accused of sending emails to U.S. voters in 2020 posing as members of the pro-Trump group the Proud Boys. Microsoft also accused Chinese and Russian hackers with other activities related to the U.S. elections. A spokesperson for Iran's mission to the UN called the latest allegations unfounded and wholly inadmissible.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today in more detail at the BRICS summit hosted in Kazan by Russian President Vladimir Putin. It brought together the leaders of Brazil, China, India, South Africa and Russia, plus, controversially, the United Nations Secretary-General Antonio Guterres, his presence infuriating the Ukrainians. But what to make of the influence of BRICS on the world stage? David Lubin is a senior research fellow at Chatham House in London.
I mean, the BRICS as an organization and many, many countries in the developing world and in the global south are much more sympathetic with Moscow's position than many countries in the G7 would like them to be. But in a way, BRICS is operating within a slightly different universe away from the war in Ukraine. The only issue on which all of the BRICS members can really agree is about their common desire to reduce the importance of the dollar in the international monetary system. And so it's not really, understanding BRICS is best not sort of understood in the context of geopolitical, armed conflict. It's better understood in the context of a sort of more narrow desire to kind of move beyond what's called dollar dominance.
And those governments attending the BRICS summit in Russia this year represent 45% of the world's population. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
To recap the top stories, Commonwealth leaders are set to agree to look into reparatory justice for the transatlantic slave trade, despite UK opposition. The sale of disposable vapes in England will be banned from next June. North Korean troops are now in Russia, according to the United States, and Microsoft says Iranian hackers have conducted surveillance on US election-related websites and media outlets. That's the latest feature story news. Ollie Barrett reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, what do you say? We'll kick off our final hour here on a Thursday, Friday Eve, as we head toward the weekend. All right, it is 844-844-3388. As we heard in the news break there, the Microsoft report unveiling Russia, China, Iran, all ramping up their efforts to interfere in the impending election. Russian operatives, they say, are reportedly using artificial intelligence-generated deep fake videos to target Vice President Harris, portraying her in a negative light. Like Pappy just said a few moments ago, when you hear things like this in the mainstream media, normally it's the direct opposite. Someone tell me, with a rational mind, why would Russia prefer Donald Trump to be leading this country versus Kamala Harris? That makes virtually zero sense whatsoever. Okay, most of the videos have minimal engagement, they say. One post about Minnesota Governor Tim Walz has racked up 5 million views on X. According to the report, the videos underscore Russia's ongoing use of both traditional and artificial intelligence-generated content to influence us, the U.S. people, and stoke political discord. They want us fighting amongst ourselves. The report also found China launched influence campaigns targeting Republican congressional candidates, those who have publicly criticized Beijing. Microsoft said a Chinese group that calls itself Tizi Flood has been spreading anti-Semitic content promoting opposition candidates. Those targeted include Republican Representatives Michael McCall of Texas, Barry Moore of Alabama, Marsha Blackburn of Tennessee, Senator Marco Rubio, although not up for re-election, was targeted due to his work on the Senate Intelligence Committee. Apparently, the targeted lawmakers condemned the influence attempts, with Moore saying, "We know that the Chinese Communist Party is anti-Semitic, so it is not surprising they're targeting me and other politicians who support Israel to sow division in advance of the most important election of our lifetime." Of course, China denied the allegations, saying they have no intention of interfering in U.S. elections. Meanwhile, U.S. intelligence agencies are warning foreign influence. These foreign influence efforts are just going to intensify on a daily basis as November 5th approaches. Okay, not surprising to me, but good morning, Brain Dead.
Good morning, Steve. Did I hear an oxymoron in that sentence you had? Senate intelligence. I didn't know anybody in the Senate had intelligence, Steve. Maybe it's just me, though, on a Friday, because Dingbat's having her knee surgery tomorrow, so this is kind of like my Friday.
Ah, okay. All right. So, what's the intended time frame for her to be down this time around?
Well, it depends. If she keeps saying "Go Gators," I don't know. I mean, I told them to take an extra inch off for saying those nasty words around the house. But you know how it is. I mean, I even heard. I was going to mention that the other night, and it totally slipped my mind. I did hear Brother Rambler singing Rocky Top. Now, a little off key, yeah, but you know what? Hey, brother, I would have sung Dixieland Delight on Steve's show. Maybe even made a TikTok or a Facebook video about it. So, but anyway, let's get into the lovely world of the NASCAR charter, Steve. So, while you were on vacation, they did a lot more interviews with these drivers and the teams, and I see how stupid and old school thinking they really are. Jeff Gordon said that this sport needs to grow and evolve. How do you grow a sport and evolve a sport that's dying and doesn't want to change? I mean, Michael Jordan is, like we said, coming from the NBA, the basketball. He understands what it's taken to grow. I mean, when you look at the numbers for the TV deals, the NBA is getting $84 billion over 11 years, where NASCAR is getting $7 billion or $11 billion over 7 years. It's not hard to figure out, because if you remember right in the charters that we talked about, they don't want these private equity firms in NASCAR. They don't want to be buying stakes in these teams. Why? These private equity firms buying stakes in these teams is what's going to help these teams. Have they not paid attention to the world? I mean, all these big businesses, Tide, Sunny Delight, any of these names, any big mega names, they've got private equity firms. Hell, Yella had how many people behind them in these private equity firms? So what's to say this private equity firm doesn't hear that Joe Gibbs Racing needs a sponsor for X number of races? Hey, why don't you go talk to this guy over here, and we'll see about getting a deal done. I mean, because the sponsors are not coming. The sponsors are not coming into this sport like it is. I mean, remember we said here a few weeks ago, Geico's leaving, Xfinity's looking at pulling out. What next? I mean, I understand the economy is rough, but I mean, at some point you have to really stop and look at the economics of this. Dale Jr., I guess, does not understand the law of supply and demand, because I listened to a podcast of his, and he said, well, I could have bought these charters when they first come out at $2 million, and now they're selling for $40. Yeah, they're selling for $40. That's because people wanted the charters before Stewart-Haas closed. Now there's 3 charters on the market, and they're not going to bring $40 million. It's like these cars, Steve, these rare and exotic cars that are bringing $1 million, $2 million. They don't build a lot of them versus like your little japper crapper there you got, where they make bacon by the thousands every day. So the other thing too is, and I think I've said this before, the reason why this lawsuit came about is because Stewart-Haas Racing is not giving up these charters, okay? But they did sell one off to Trackhouse Racing. But the other 2 that were for Front Row and 2311 is being held up in escrow. So that's what brought all of this this lawsuit about.
So, if they made any progress on the lawsuit that what's his name, the Michael Jordan and?
Well, here's the thing. I think it was a court filing here a few days ago. NASCAR 2311 Front Row have agreed to seal the financial documents. I do agree with that because what's the word I'm looking for? Their thinking is it's going to hurt the sport, it's going to hurt the teams, it's going to hurt the sponsors when they really show the behind the books. I agree with that. However, me as a fan, okay, not so much a fan, but me as a person who pays attention here, I want to see what it costs to run the team. I want to see what NASCAR is bringing in. I would love to see this information because I go way back like you do in the world of NASCAR, and it's always been that mystery, that little cloud of, okay, how much does it cost to run a team? Is it 20 million, 50 million, you know? And see what these parts and pieces are costing. I really do. But remember the injunction they're trying to get about racing for next season with the charter? I don't think that's going to happen. I honestly think the judge is going to kick that out because NASCAR is planning on running with 32 charter teams next year. Now NASCAR has always said, look, if you want to come on and run a team and whatnot, go ahead. But with the charter, you get the guaranteed money and you get the guaranteed start.
And I think, did we lose our connection with, I believe we did. All right, so we'll get a quick timeout, see if we can get things back together here. What's the deal? I was going to ask him if he ever watched Malcolm in the Middle. Remember that show? Yeah, I guess at the time he was the kid, the Malcolm in the Middle star, Frankie, is it Muniz, who's actually going to be a full-time NASCAR driver coming up next year. Hold the thought. We'll be back after this.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All right, I was looking at the report from the Daily Downforce about the latest on the lawsuit. And as Brain Dead was saying, NASCAR, they don't want to divulge their financial information. The alleged information that could be made public raises concerns for NASCAR. Information includes the 2016 and the 2025 charter agreement, highly sensitive commercial financial information, and other legal documents. So they say while these documents will not be made public in their entirety, portions of the documents could be found in the response exposing the alleged confidential information. And I guess the two teams have now, agreed to seal the information? NASCAR has long been very private about financial information as a family-owned business. Unlike the NFL, the NBA, NASCAR prefers to keep their finances to themselves. Plus, the charter agreements are maybe the most important documents. Fine details about revenue sharing, TV rights, team-related information. The third parties could include sponsors, television partners, and, of course, teams unrelated to the lawsuit. The filing also states on page 2 that redactions are necessary as these documents are important to NASCAR's defense and have to be used in court. It may not be the most exciting news from the lawsuit, but it does affect the fans. Many fans wanted to learn more about the state of NASCAR from this. They included details of the charter agreements, the financial status of NASCAR, other private information. I don't know. What do you think? So for whatever reason, it's the France family, right? They want to keep everything hush-hush, quiet. Do you know, are these charter agreements pretty much, are they the same for one team to the next? Or does one team maybe get a better deal than the other?
Yeah. Originally, they started out with this racing team alliance, and that Kessler guy was overseeing it. And the Jim France seen it as like a union, and they don't like unions, and many people don't like unions. So they decided to just bust the union and go to the teams individually. The contract is saying is similar regardless. It doesn't matter. But the thing is too, though, Steve, Kyle Larson said this in an interview at the Roval, and he said that the teams are paying less over the last 10 years, and I see where he's coming from, because Tony Stewart said in an interview a few weeks ago that they were hiring drivers not based on talent, but by the sponsor money that they were bringing in. And he said that the reason for the decrease is not on the teams or the sponsors, it's because the sport's becoming too costly. And he also blasted NASCAR in the past for the salaries today versus the generations like the Jeff Gordon and Jimmy Johnson. And he said that this is the only sport where the players' salaries have gone down and not up. And that is a very valid point, because you ever watch baseball or football or basketball, and you see this guy here who signed an 11-year, $100 million deal, and he goes over to this team, like Ohtani did, and go over to this team, sign a 12-year, $400 million deal. But you don't see that in NASCAR of, okay, well, Kyle Larson's driving over here to Hendrick, making $5 million a year, And then now he goes back and re-ups his contract, and now it's $2 million a year. You follow where this is going.
Right.
Because obviously there's something wrong. And I brought this up to Dingbat's attention the other day. What would NASCAR say if all 15 teams said, sorry, we're not signing this. This is garbage. We're walking away from it. Kind of like, remember the 1994 baseball strike? Remember that? Baseball took a big hit after that. NASCAR could have had the same hit. If all the teams stuck together, that's what could have happened. They could have made something really happen, but they looked out for the sponsor. And Rick Hendrick said, he just got so wore down, he just decided to sign it and walk away. And that's what a lot of the people did. Just sign it and walk away. We're done with it. So I give props and credit to Michael Jordan and 23XI and Front Row for sticking together. Because obviously there's something, not just about the charter deal, but something in that agreement that does not smell right. And you know what they say, if it doesn't smell right, you don't sign it. Steve, you have a good one. I got to go kick off some turkey.
All right, yeah, have fun. All right, roll it up on Newsbreak. A couple minutes away. First, in the state of Minnesota, it's also reminiscent of going back to 2020, where videos were coming out of individuals getting out of vehicles, stuffing drop boxes with ballots and things. Remember all those deals? Election officials in Minnesota firing a ballot courier last week after he was spotted with unsecured ballots in the back of a van while walking through the parking lot of the Edina City Hall. A man spotted a Hennepin County courier vehicle with the rear door open. Like a minivan. The rear door's open, wide open. Inside the back of the van, about a dozen boxes of unsecured ballots. This is exactly what cannot happen. It's caught on surveillance video showing the unsecured ballots left exposed in the parking lot for nearly 10 minutes. The eyewitness who snapped the photograph of the unsecured ballots told KSTP he is concerned about a fair election, telling the news station this is exactly what cannot happen. One day after the witness spotted the ballots, county officials released a statement acknowledging a, quote, lapse in protocol. The protocol for transporting ballots is that they are be secured at all times. We have alerted the courier of this incident. Hennepin County acknowledges this lapse in protocol occurred, should not have happened, and is unacceptable. Corrective actions have been taken by the county and its courier to prevent any recurrence. Officials, moreover, fired the election worker who left the ballots unsecured. Because of the security lapse, county officials inspected the unsecured ballots and determined all remain legitimate. We have determined ballots have been accounted for. We found no evidence of tampering with sealed transfer cases. This is done by comparing the ballots received from the courier with the record in the statewide voter registration system for all absentee ballots.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Commonwealth leaders look set to agree to look into reparatory justice for the transatlantic slave trade despite UK opposition. The UK insists the issue is not on the agenda for the Commonwealth Heads of Government Summit in Samoa later this week, but diplomats are working on a summit communique which would include language on reparatory justice from countries such as Britain. The sale of disposable vapes in England will be banned from next June. The government says it's to reduce environmental damage and protect the health of children. One new study found around 1 million people in England vape without ever having smoked cigarettes. Critics claim vaping's helped millions of adults give up smoking and say a ban will lead to a black market which will put children at risk. Hazel Cheeseman, the chief executive of Action on Smoking and Health, says the ban is important despite uncertainties.
We don't particularly want to see people establishing an addiction that they could have for many years, and potentially the use of vapes over many years could be risky to health, although some of these things are yet to be fully quantified through the research.
North Korean troops are now in Russia, the United States has confirmed. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin told reporters there is evidence of soldiers in the region. Ukraine's military intelligence earlier said troops were expected in Russia to join Moscow's fight against Ukraine's incursion. From New York, Sally Patterson.
There may now be evidence of North Korean troops inside Russia, but what exactly they're doing in the region hasn't been confirmed. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says it would be a serious issue if North Korea's intention is to participate in this war on Russia's behalf. There's growing international concern over what could be a dramatic new step in Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Now, South Korean officials said on Wednesday that North Korea had sent 3,000 troops to Russia out of a promised 10,000 to be deployed by December.
Microsoft says Iranian hackers have conducted surveillance on US election-related websites and media outlets. The software companies warned it could be a prelude to direct influence operations with just under 2 weeks until the presidential election. Ira Spitzer reports.
In a blog post, Microsoft implicated an Iranian hacking group known as Cotton Sandstorm with scanning election-related websites in the U.S. looking for vulnerabilities, and warned the group could launch new influence operations imminently. The same hacking group, which is linked to Iran's powerful Revolutionary Guards Corps, has been accused of sending emails to U.S. voters in 2020, posing as members of the pro-Trump group the Proud Boys. Microsoft also accused Chinese and Russian hackers with other activities related to the U.S. elections. A spokesperson for Iran's mission to the UN called the latest allegations unfounded and wholly inadmissible.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
All righty, counting down the days. Election just around the corner. And Eskimo Mom, I'm assuming you're going to be participating as a volunteer again this year, correct?
Yes, sir, I am. And about another 12 days and about 1 hour. I got to be over there at my precinct location. Have everything getting everything setting up, initiating the oath of office and everything else I got to do to get the day started. And it's 6:30 a.m. sharp in the morning and to 7:30 p.m. sharp for in-person voting in the state of Ohio.
Long day.
And yes, it is. They say they initially tell you it's going to be a long day. It's going to be like a 13-hour day. Blah blah blah. And it's like those of us who are in the trucking industry, we can just look at them in a straight face and say, been there, done that. Wrote the book, got the T-shirt.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's many a day when we got 10, 12, 13, 14 hour, even longer than that when things go sideways. But you and Pappy were wondering why the state of Ohio, they can call their election at 10 o'clock at night, like in 2020.
Yeah.
Kudos to the boards of election. With the way I know that in our county we have we use the optical scanners for our you have paper ballots with an optical scanner, and that optical scanner can kick out a total of the number of votes and kind of break it down and everything. But the grand total, we can get that grand total of votes for Trump and for Harris and for all the other candidates, and and the board of election will take our board of election will take that, combine it with all the other precincts across our county, and they'll send that to the Secretary of State, and with all the boards having roughly the same systems where they can do all the checks and balances and have all the counts. For the most part, they can do that, and they can call the election if there's enough of a spread. Now, if it's really questionable, like there's within a margin of error, like maybe like 1% or less, they might say, hey, candidate A is leading. But we still have to count the absentee ballots, the provisional ballots, and all the other stuff.
All right, that was going to be my next question. Do we count the absentee and the mail-in ballots and all that prior, to the election? Or are they not till after the election day votes?
That I cannot tell you offhand. Got the absentee ballots, but then you got the provisional ballots where let's say somebody moves to a new address, which is a big problem with the precinct I work in, because my precinct is a newer subdivision and a newer houses in my part of town, and with that one we get a lot of people that their address and their driver's license doesn't match their current address, so we have to vote them provisionally. So we have to fill out paperwork and everything, and those provisional ballots, they go into a separate folder or a separate bag, and they will be counted later after everything's been verified.
So say somebody comes in and, like you say, their ID doesn't match their current address, and they fill out a provisional. What if they then went across town or whatever to the precinct where they're matched, the address matches their precinct? Could they cast a ballot? Would that get caught in the system?
Yes, it will, because there's a thing called the authority to vote slip, and that when you have a driver's license scanned by our e-poll books, they have that kicks out what they call an authority to vote. Okay. And what that does is that if your driver's your name and your address is in their database, and once that database says, hey, Steve Summers as voted at like, for example, Coleraine High School. Mm-hmm. And then you try to go across town to maybe, like, let's say the City Hall, for example, and go across town there. But since you've already voted at Coleraine High School, that system will know that you vote. That
I've already been scanned in.
Hall, that, hey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You've already been scanned in, and it's like, sorry, Charlie. You'll have to take it up with the Board of Elections office. So
how about these states that do not require a voter identification? That would be much more difficult to track, wouldn't it?
Unfortunately, in my never be humble opinion, yes.
Okay.
And unless they have like where you can submit. And I know in the state of Ohio before this last election that we had in the primaries that you could submit like a utility bill or some other, or like a bank statement or some other proof like that in lieu of your driver's license. But now you have to have a photo ID on that day. But there's very few exceptions. But you have to have like an affidavit if you're like an Amish or some other. Or some other group that does not believe in having your photo taken.
Very good. All right. Well, it's getting very close, kind of coming down to the wire. Early voting. I know in other states they're saying people are getting out to vote early off the charts. Is Ohioans getting out early?
I think there's been over like 1 million or better. I know one of my local news stations that I watch quite a bit out of the Dayton area. They've been announcing the numbers, but it's been quite a bit.
Okay.
I haven't been to my Board of Elections office since I did my early voting here last week, and I will have to pick up my supplies here come next week, and I can get a better total on how many people voted by then.
Very good.
In my home county.
Gotcha. Well, thanks for the update, Eskimo Mom. Thanks for what you do. Working, you got to find, it's very difficult these days to find people willing to set a whole day aside. Yeah, because sometimes it can get pretty boring. In most elections, I can typically walk into my voting precinct, and there's several open booths right there. I don't even have to wait in line. Yeah, there have been occasions here and there, typically like in a presidential election when people are getting out in mass, where you may have a line of folks out there waiting across the parking lot. Not sure what it's going to be this time around, but it is 844-844-3388. I'm not surprised. Where's all that money going? Many have said for quite some time that this Green New Deal and the billions of dollars being spent it's all about a transfer of wealth, right? A new report from Oxfam revealing that the bureaucrats operating the Washington, D.C.-based World Bank have lost track of as much as $41 billion in their climate change enterprise. Where'd it go? This is an outrageous waste of U.S. taxpayer money on a useless, woke political cause. Niall Gardner is the director of the Margaret Thatcher Center of Freedom at the Heritage Foundation, says this is an insult to the American people. The World Bank and all international institutions need to be fully held to account. Vast amounts of wasteful spending on left-wing progressive causes is fundamentally against the U.S. national interest. Following an audit of the World Bank by Oxfam reaching from 2017 to 2023, the British-based non-governmental organization found the World Bank had lost track of somewhere between $24 and $41 billion due to poor record-keeping practices. However, according to one World Bank insider who spoke on the condition of anonymity, the figure for the missing money could be twice or 10 times more. All the figures are routinely made up. Nobody has a clue about who spends what. According to Oxfam, there is no clear public record showing where this money went, how it was used, which makes any assessment of its impacts impossible. It also remains unclear whether these funds were even spent on climate-related initiatives intended to help low- and middle-income countries protect people from the impacts of the climate crisis and invest in clean energy. It's a scam. Oxfam determined that the United States, the World Bank's largest shareholder, likely lost nearly $4 billion as it holds a 16% stake in the bank. Now, this right on the heels of the Biden-Harris administration voting in favor last week to boost the bank's lending by $150 billion for the next 10 years. Employees, by the way, at the tax-backed World Bank enjoy tax-free salaries and free health care for life, with senior employees raking in as much as $511,000. I think we're in the wrong profession.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All right, I was able to pull up the numbers from the state of Ohio. And with Election Day less than 2 weeks away, early voting is off to a rambunctious start, according to the Secretary of State, Frank LaRose. More than 1 million voters have turned in ballots through early Wednesday. Figures worked out to more than 500,000 people mailing in their ballots, and more than 630,000 voting early in person. Now, that final day of early voting is November 3rd, and the last day to cast a ballot in Ohio is November 5. Votes are not tallied until Election Day, but counties across the state are live tracking how many absentee ballots are turned in. in the region here around the secret bunkers, Southwest Ohio, Cincinnati, Hamilton, Claremont, Butler, Warren. More than 193,000 have returned ballots through early voting, including by mail, in person, and by drop box. In addition to the presidential race, Ohioans have several other races to decide on that have some fairly major implications. That includes Issue 1, a proposal to change Ohio's troubled political map-making system that qualified for November statewide ballot. Major implications, as they say. So it seems like across the country, people are getting out early this year. Meanwhile, let's see what's going on with the anonymous hippopotamus. I presume a late start this morning?
Yeah, we're headed into Baltimore right now. So by the time we got done yesterday, it kind of screwed up the day. So anyways, there, you did it. You got to play the show now for Avery and give him the answer. But so anyways, while after we got off the boat and we were riding the buses back to the hotel there, little Avery there, he asked when we're going by all these marinas of boats. And he's saying, who owns all these yachts? And, of course, Lauren and Steven are like, there ain't none of us on this bus that can afford them. I guess you just answered the question of all these salaries you're talking about there, of the people that own all them yachts down there in Miami. So
people that work for the World, they work for the World Bank.
Exactly. All the banking stuff, all the, the financial world, and, of course, you got some of your sports people and some of the Hollywood and Taylor Swifts and stuff like that. But anyways, speaking of that, did you happen to see when we were in Bon Air, there was that little yacht that was sitting there by us where we were docked? Did you see that little blue one there, the octopus or whatever it was called?
I don't recall. No.
Well, it was about, I don't know. It was big enough. It had 2 lifeboats on it.
Really?
So,
wow.
You figure, lifeboats are supposed to hold, like maybe, I don't know, one on that boat probably hold somewhere around 40 or 50 people. So it had 2 lifeboats on it that I saw. Anyways, it was a good sized yacht. Supposedly, it was one of the owners of Microsoft.
Really?
Was there? Yeah, and that was his boat that was parked there. I guess I'll have to try to get I took a picture. We took quite a few pictures of it, but I mean it was. I mean, when you put it, and depending on how you were at with the right angle to the horizon there, it looked like a pretty decent sized ship. So, but anyways, but we were seeing all those yachts, in the marinas and in dry dock and at the marine yards and all that. And Avery was asking, who can afford to buy, who affords to buy all these boats?
No doubt.
And yeah, I guess now after you got done talking about all this money from the Green New Deal and all this wages it supports, I guess we figured out where all that money goes to buy those.
Well, my question is, how the hell do they end up with the tax-free salary? How's that work?
Yeah, well, hey, Donald Trump said it best. He said, the government made all these loopholes in the taxes, and the only thing he did was use the loopholes that Congress put there in the taxes, and that's why he didn't pay taxes, or why people don't pay taxes. Is they have lawyers that know how to work all the loopholes and where to put their money, and you don't have your money being kept in the United States. You have it sent somewhere else.
All I know is I'd love to have my take-home pay without the taxes on it.
Exactly. Well, maybe we'll get lucky and we'll get our overtime without tax. Maybe, I don't know. See how that goes. But anyways, I don't know. That's about what we had there for you this morning. There, been a pretty good show. Been listening to it for a little bit here. So
all right, so you did
catch the rest on the replay.
Did you catch? I did share your the little letter from. I'm assuming that's the mother of a child from the Make-A-Wish Foundation. Did you catch that?
No, I didn't. But I believe I talked to the higher ups in Make-A-Wish, and I believe that I don't know. I forget now. I thought they told me that was the girl that wrote it, but it might have been the mother. It might have been the mother that came in with the girl and wrote it. But yeah, that was a pretty touching little note to find.
Yeah, I mean, it did.
That was in the mailbox.
It did say our daughter, so it had to be a parent.
Okay,
our daughter.
Yeah,
that was that she was granted the wish, and she began to dream and have hopes and something to look forward to. And I get whatever. What was the CHOP? Something hospital. I guess is that Children's Hospital that stands for?
I would assume.
Yeah.
As I say, it's been a couple of days since I read it now, so I don't remember right offhand. But as I say, that was the note that was in the mailbox when we got home from the cruise. So that was kind of a touching thing to open up and find. And
well, yeah, but it was. It was addressed personally to you, to Will Tutton. So.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep. So anyways, well, I appreciate that, and we'll let you go with that, and I guess you're about to the end of the day here.
All right, so yep, we are running down. We'll be winding things up here, round and third, headed for home. All right, safe travels, and have a good Thursday. Hey, tomorrow tomorrow is hey, Mike, Becky, what day is it? All right, one final tidbit here in the industry headlines I had from a couple of days ago is the truck driver that took to the internet to report an alarming glimpse of a creature that some describe as Bigfoot. U.S. Postal Service driver Gary Rutherford Jr. was operating his boss truck along his regular route, Highway 24, south of Glassford, Illinois, earlier this month. Just before 6 a.m., he encountered an alleged Bigfoot on the side of the road. I drive the same route 6 days a week. This was the first time my headlights actually lit up a hairy, tall figure standing on the side of the road. I'm not calling it Bigfoot. All I know is it scared the absolute hell out of me. I can't get it out of my mind. I thought about it for days and felt like I needed to tell somebody. That's how I ended up online. Now, he says he drives the same route, like I said, 6 days per week. The exact time was closer to 5:50 a.m. On weekdays, he said there's a lot more vehicles on this highway compared to Saturday morning. But he described that this thing stood about 8 feet tall. The big, hairy figure, very dark fur, 8 foot tall, because its head was the same height as my own head sitting in the cab of the big rig. Yellowish orange eyes. Does Bigfoot exist? All right, I guess that's a subject for George Norrie. We'll see you back at the midnight hour tonight.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. lost in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.